How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Whoever made the recommendation quests for the Mages Guild and Oblivion Remastered can kick. Yeah, it is a pain. Luckily, most of the Mage Guild quests are like really easy, though. So, most of them are piss easy. No, the PC is not here yet, but it has been packaged, so I think it's gonna ship out on Monday. I'm not sure where CyberPower PC is located, but you know, maybe if they're on the East Coast, it'll come early. But I doubt it. They're probably West Coast. That's where most of the tech shit is, anyway. Yeah, I saw the collector's edition's up to like $350 right now, so... Yeah, the statue looks really good. I watched an unboxing today. My stuff doesn't get here till the 13th, which is gay. All 3 of my UPS packages were delayed. So, you know.
Gaming.
It's Jeff's fault? Shit. I'll have to talk to him then. Run a dog with the 5. Let's start the night at the zoo. Uh-oh. I didn't want to say anything, but I had a feeling that's the direction you were taking it. I wasn't going to say it, but yeah.
They're not sending their best. Man, girl, you got your Oh, with the goddamn chancla. Hey, bro!
The fucking, all the, like, pieces of weave all over the fucking ground.
They're not sending their best. Oh, with the goddamn chancla. Hey, bro!
What the fuck is a chakla? Anyway.
They're not sending their best.
That times 3. A sandal? don't think a sandal actually fuck. Yeah, I don't think that's even up there in the rank as severity. Like, oh no, somebody got hit with a Spanish term. Okay. Let's see. Nick Batista with the 5. This is the current education system, ladies and gentlemen. The most educated demographic, man. The most educated demographic. Black women. So, we was the smartest.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
We was the most educated. So, you know, just truly reflecting that statistic. Yeah, I don't wear flip-flops either. 1, they're nasty as shit, and 2, why do you want your toes hanging out there? You just kick up all the, like, dirt and shit. The thing I hate is the guys and girls that wear Birkenstocks. Those things are nasty. Those should be illegal. Do I wear Crocs? No, I don't. I only wear like 2 pairs of shoes. I have my Gucci shoes that I wear as like my go out type shoes when I go to like the store and stuff. And then I have my workout shoes that are just some Yeezys. So I only wear like 2 pairs of shoes. Jez does. Yeah, fat people love Crocs. Fat people love Crocs because, you know, they don't blow out the sides of actual shoes from their fucking puffy ass ankles. Bro. Are my feet bare naked? Yeah. I don't wear socks inside. I don't like wearing socks in general. As soon as I get home, I take my socks off. I just keep them by my shoes. Did I rent some shoes too? No, I just bought a black pair of shoes. I don't mind buying shoes because, like, I'll have those forever. Like, I've had my brown leather shoes for like the past 6 years, so it's not like they go bad. Black Jordan. I don't own a single pair of Jordans, and I probably never will. I probably never will, man. Yeah, bro, I wear the black Air Force Ones, dude, so I can steal that shit. Yeah, if you wore socks in my place, it would just be a magnet for dog hair. So... people who thrift are either smart or poor. I don't know, bro. I don't like thrifting. The idea of wearing used clothing to me, even if it's washed, I don't like it. Daikaiju Pictures with the 10 had a guy try to convince me that the Xbox was never a great console in my comment on one of the clip channels. Like, dude is really claiming the OG Xbox and 360 were terrible. Come on, you see, yeah, that's delusion. Because the PS2 and PS3, by comparison, if you actually look back at them objectively speaking,
You shut the fuck! Don't you
I
fucking
don't
tell
think
me
we're
to
as
my
good
face
as
to shut
either
the
the
fuck
original
up.
Xbox or the Xbox 360 for sure. So the reason I think there's a lot of Doom Eternal hate is because, you know, I kind of experienced this too. When you try and go back and play it, it doesn't like age as well as 2016. Because Doom 2016 you can pick up and play. Like basically from whatever mission you want. It's basically an easy game to drop back into after, you know, even years of not playing it. Doom Eternal, because it's so reliant on specific gameplay, like, I guess, methods, you can't really just pick, like, alright, I want to play a mission, like, 2/3 into the game.
Alright, awesome. Thanks,
and,
nigga. Alright.
You know, just randomly play that level. You basically have to relearn the mechanics if you haven't, like, gone through them in a while. So 2016 is the better, like, pick up and play, kind of casual, just fun, fast-paced first-person shooter. Eternal is more of a full playthrough type game that you need to, like, constantly, I guess, keep fresh on all the mechanics and shit. But, yeah, it just depends. So I think that might also be the thing, is people who go back to it, you know, it's a little harder to, like, pick up and play versus 2016. You can't do super shotgun only runs, that's why. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have a lot more player agency in 2016, so. Yeah, I think the Marauder kind of just slows down the pacing unless you're, like, super good at, like, that hot swap exploit, but again, that's another example of you needing to, like, stay refreshed on the mechanics constantly in order to do that. So you can hot swap it pretty easily, like, if you know the combo, but again, you gotta know the combo, so. If I was talking about the series consoles, he would have had a point, but lumping them with the OG and 360 is dumb. I agree, man. People forget that Xbox actually used to be good because of how shitty it's been. Quite sad, man. And Renadog with the 5, wish this was that Jack Doherty dude. Let's see. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. Oh, the roid guy. Yeah.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, Brad. Like, actually. No, actually. Put the camera down.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, Brad. Like, actually. No, actually. Put the camera down.
Yeah, just beat the shit out of stupid TikTok retards.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, Brad. Like, actually. No, actually. Put the camera down.
Why is there like this retarded kid like bouncing up and down in the background too? I don't know, bro. Yeah, what is he gonna do back, bro? This dude's arms are almost as big as his fucking torso. Now, granted, Bradley Martin, which is who that is, does steroids and shit. But, you know, still. You could probably snap that kid in half. Zoo Cole? Yep, it does. He's more than twice his size, yeah. Abby? Oh my god. Yeah. He's about as natty as Abby. He's about as natty as Abby is. There's a game called Duke Nukem 3. I've played Duke Nukem 3D, I'm pretty sure. I think I used to play that on my phone. I used to have like the old classic shooters on like an emulator on my phone. I had the maybe it was the Backbone, I'm not sure. I had one of those like USB attachments for the phone. And I used to play like old shooters and stuff in college. So, I'm pretty sure I've played Duke Nukem 3D. Would I recommend getting the Edge or Elite controller for PC? To my knowledge, the Edge controller does not have the same quality control issues as the Elite. But granted, the Elite controller probably has better functionality with your computer, so it's kind of a trade-off. I don't know of any, like, quality control issues with the Edge controller. I haven't really heard of any. Plus, you can swap the sticks if you get drift. Whereas the Elite controller has an extremely high fail rate. So it just depends. It just depends. I don't know. Raymond with the 2. Okay, yeah, I can check it out. No, the PC is probably going to come sometime next week, so probably Thursday or Friday at this rate. It's already built and packaged and everything, but it's got to be shipped out, so I'm guessing Monday. And then I paid for 3-day shipping, so maybe it'll get here Wednesday, but probably Thursday or Friday. That's my guess. You'll intercept the package. Shit. Don't do that to me, Rent-A-Dog. I have my entire life savings wrapped up in that computer. What is this? Oh my god, bro. They're tempting me. I'm not gonna buy it. Yeah, it's still too much. That's really tempting. Do you think you'll play less? It all really depends on how well I can stream off of it. So if I have the same OBS problems that I've had on this computer, maybe, maybe not. It just really depends. The biggest thing I like about playing on PS5 is this little feature, the share button. This makes recording gameplay footage for reviews so easy. Now, will I play... I guess that's probably the biggest thing. Will I play most, like, I guess, shitty modern games on console? Probably. Because then I can still sell the physical copy. But, yeah, I'll probably play, like, more personal games on PC from now on. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, is I don't like sitting at my desk when I don't have to, so in my free time, I play in, like, my bedroom, so... Look at this. Yeah, I don't really want to pay. They gave me an offer for $100 off, which, yeah, is still way too much, but it's one of those full-size store displays, so it's pretty big. Let's see. They don't have it listed for height. But yeah, I literally have a corner that it would fit in perfectly, but yeah, I don't really want to pay $900 for it. But it is tempting. Tip goal for the post. Yeah, no. Dude, I don't need to spend $800 or $900 after tax on that. There's better things to spend money on than that. Yeah, I was going through all my, like, files and stuff today, like, trying to transfer, like, all my PNGs and stuff to my NVMe drive from my C drive so that I can eventually pop that into my new computer. I gotta figure out where I put it. I don't remember. I may have to take my GPU out of this computer, which... Late? PK, you're late. An external NVMe enclosure? No, I don't. Probably not. What's more than likely going to happen is I'm probably never going to actually take this computer apart, and I'll end up just buying like a hard drive to, I'll probably just end up buying like a SSD or something and dragging and dropping. That's probably what's going to happen, honestly. I don't know if I'm ever going to actually take this thing apart. Do you think Bravely Default is a good pick? Might get it on Switch. Yeah, I mean, if you like the classic Square Enix JRPG, then I'd say so. I mean, it's basically just that. And Tim Marco with the 7, the usual suspects are mad because Nintendo will brick your Switch too if you attempt to mod it or pirate the games. I know, how fucking dare they, man. Even though I think, what, Xbox has already done that for a long time. I'm pretty sure Nintendo's already had that in there too, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a big fat nothing burger. Yeah, just don't break the law and you'll be fine. Shocking. It's like saying, how dare Nintendo send me to jail for, you know, stealing shit. It's like, alright, well, then just don't steal shit. It's that easy. Daryl's on with the 2, Griff by me, the 1999 Alakazam graded card. I'm poor. Alright, I'll get you a PSA 2. Ideally, I'll never play Cyberpunk again. That would be the best scenario. Stranding 2 has gone gold, game of the year on the way. I think that belongs to Expedition 33, dude. Yeah, so far my game of the year from what I've played, which I won't count Oblivion because it's just a remaster, but I guess it would just go to Monster Hunter right now still. But then again, there haven't been that many like new game releases this year that have been, I guess, high profile yet. Expedition definitely winning. Yeah, the journos love glazing it, bro. They do love glazing it. PS5 home screen? Yeah, pretty much. Game of the year material for sure. Yeah, Mafia the Old Country does look good, so hopefully it turns out to be good. I'll definitely be checking that out. Oh, I also ordered my monitor today, so I think that gets here Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure, but yeah. I ordered that monitor. What let me check what it was called. Hold on. Wait, maybe I still have it copied. I do. But it's not going on. There we go. The ROG Swift OLED PG32 UCDM. It is 4K OLED, 32 inches, and 240 hertz. Didn't Frick get ass mad at you for saying you preferred console home screens to Steam? Yup. He gets mad at everything, bro, because he can't have... There's not a genuine bone in his body. So when somebody actually has, like, a real opinion on something, it, like, pisses him off to his core. You know? The third worlder brain can't comprehend independent thought. Hopefully it doesn't break on you. Well, I think it has a 3-year warranty on it, so should be fine. We watched a few videos, and it was like supposedly the best 4K monitor you can get because it's got the glossy screen, so... Dude, liking weed is like the most NPC opinion ever. You know, the powers that be have decided that, you know, smoking pot is a good way to subjugate the retards, so it's completely socially acceptable now. It's not even anything edgy or, you know, cool or anything like that. It's just, you know, tard shit. Griffin, did you see that they replaced Yong Yeah for the singing minigame in the new... Wait, really? That's weak, man. Nah, that would be my 7th Switch if I got the Nintendo lottery. I don't think I got a reply on that, so... I don't think I got chosen for the Nintendo lottery. Which, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I'm not really pressed about getting more Switch 2s. I think I got plenty for now. We'll see how the price goes. What the fuck is this shit? Hold on. Oh, I'm just like doom scrolling through Twitter. Let me send this to the fucking chat real quick. We'll see what it is. Apparently Crap Gamer's mad. Hold on. Let's see what this is real quick. I don't know why it copies all this fucking bullshit at the end. see what this is.
To go, that whole group needs to go. I've been saying that for a little while. That whole
I agree.
leadership.
It's funny though, Crack. You know, whether it's Nintendo or Sony, Xbox has the longest tenure for the higher ups, right? I mean, you've seen Sony change hands a bunch
Yeah, they have the highest tenure with the lowest results.
of times. Nintendo, I mean, right? I mean, they even changed hands.
Yeah, there's no world in where a console can succeed without having something exclusive on it, right? There's just like, there's in the history of video games, any console that lacked exclusive games or, you know what I mean, has failed spectacularly. And I just don't see how people, and the people that stick up for this, that are supposedly Xbox fans, I mean, they really need kind of like to check it out. Like, those are the ones I feel like when Microsoft does say, and they're going to do an announcement that they quit hardware one day, they're gonna be like, I'm shocked, I didn't see the signs. Where were the signs?
I've seen, Crap, one of the excuses I've seen recently, Xbox is making PlayStation lose its identity.
Yeah, I've heard that one too. PlayStation is losing its identity by Xbox having its games on there somehow.
Be rolling, bro, because let's get this right. So PlayStation having Xbox games on PlayStation, but Xbox not having PlayStation games on Xbox is making PlayStation lose its identity, not Xbox.
I see this Trojan horse.
If anything, it's going back to the identity of like the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2, where Sony had like de facto exclusivity through third parties because, everybody just developed shit for the PlayStation and not other platforms.
Ultimate reverse, bro.
Yeah, they're like Trojan horse. I'm like, yeah. They're like, yeah, Microsoft's really winning. I'm like, yeah, and much the way fucking Sony or Sega's beating Nintendo today, right?
Yeah.
Right? They're winning, right, guys? Sega, right?
Sega,
because they got their games on a Nintendo, so they're winning,
they do.
Right?
They do.
Too much.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the same. It's so ridiculous. If you're an Xbox fan, I take it that you like the fucking Xbox, right? I like the Xbox. And Xbox is a fucking Xbox. It's a console. It's not a PC. It's not a phone. It's not a smart fridge. It's not a smart watch. It's not a fucking tablet. It's a damn console, right?
Yeah.
And what I find funny is, despite the fact that they're like, there's billions of gamers and we have, all these hundreds of millions of gamers, the number of monthly active users that Microsoft has is the exact amount that Activision had before they bought them. So they haven't
Yep, and it's all Candy Crush moms.
grown anything.
No.
You know what I mean? I'm just looking at them like, okay, pre-buyout, after buyout, same fucking number when you compare with the amount with Xbox, what they had before, plus on top of Activision, the same number.
Yeah.
Right?
False
So
inflation.
it's like, yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so frustrating. I don't know. And people get like, and they're like, well, just quit Xbox, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, it's not as easy as that, because like many people, I've got, thousands of games on there, thousands
Well,
of
that's
dollars
the thing.
worth.
I think crap when it comes down to it. We know that the new games that are coming out are all going to be on all consoles, all systems, PC, all platforms.
Yeah.
But now you bring up a good point. We will get to it during the Gears segment.
Hey,
but you're right, though. What about the
real quick,
preservation
though,
of games, right?
My prediction is we've seen the last quote-unquote exclusive, which I think was South of Midnight, excuse me.
South of Midnight,
everything else, I think everything else, because if you look at it, the Tony Hawk remasters, Oblivion, Outer Worlds 2, what the hell, Gears of War even, right? These games are all coming day one to PlayStation. So, I know some people, I've seen deluded people out there, Mooch, crazy, wacky
awesome.
people,
Thanks,
Mooch,
nigga. All right.
and they go,
All right, awesome.
well,
Thanks, nigga. All
this
right.
is brilliant by Microsoft. They're going to get people hooked on Gears, and when E-Day comes out, they're going to have to buy an Xbox.
Yeah. I don't know where they're coming up with that.
Crack?
Yeah, where are you coming up with
Yeah,
that?
like, are you, hey, crack. It's like, damn, is that making a comeback?
It might
Because
be.
there is no way, Microsoft's not going to put that game on PlayStation
All right,
day
awesome.
one.
Thanks, nigga. All
Right?
right.
They're gonna. It's definitely gonna be on PlayStation day one. Like Microsoft is not only that, but like if you wanted any more of a and I know I'm ranting, but like I keep seeing this stuff. It's like Gears of War, this new remaster of a remaster that they're coming out with. They're gonna have a physical version only on PlayStation 5.
Mhm.
What a fuck you to Xbox fans, right?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
The mic died? Hold on. Is it working now? I didn't mute myself. I just repicked the fucking source on OBS. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Gay. Oh, well, I'm not gonna repeat myself. So. I don't even know what was muted or what wasn't, so not worth it. Gay. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's up with it. This is another reason why I'm, like, kind of excited to get my new computer, is hopefully a lot of these OBS issues go away, but I doubt it. What is this? This is art, bro. This is what built America and the Western world. Where would we be without, you know, this wonderful contribution to society? And Soycast got with a 5. Kiwi Farms got mad because I said doxing is yeah, I mean, that's what that site's known for, bro. So that's not really surprising. They do a lot of that. These people are genuinely evil and have no moral compass. Someone even posted my messages to my profile as if it's a badge of shame. And I was like, okay, I'll wear this message as a badge of honor. Because that's just disgusting. Terminally on. Yeah, I mean, that site's known for doxing, though. So, again, not really a huge shocker. Like, that's kind of Kiwi Farms' entire reputation. And 88 Krager with the 10. Don't agree with your politics much, but it's been good to see your channel grow. Built my first PC back in 2020 and currently running a 2070 Super GPU and Ryzen 7 3700 CPU. Should I upgrade? I mean, you're 3 generations old at this point, so I don't think it would hurt. If you can get a good price on the GPU, I mean, if you're fine with, you know, your current setup, then not really a huge, I guess, stress to get a new one, but
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, I mean, you could upgrade. You're 3 generations old, so probably would be a pretty big boost. And Jesus with the 5, is there any actual reason to only have a physical copy of Gears on PlayStation other than just hating your own customer base? I genuinely don't understand this. Because they know nobody's going to buy the game. Microsoft knows no one is going to buy the game. I mean, if you go into your local Best Buy, like, go to your local Best Buy, look at the gaming section, and, you know, it's not going to look that great on either side, but there's going to be significantly more PlayStation games than Xbox. Like, between Game Pass and Xbox having, you know, 2/3 of their consoles being digital only, it's just not really a huge surprise that nobody buys physical games or buys games at all anyway. What happened? Oh, okay. Sweet. Just sold 2 things on eBay. But yeah, it's just a pure slap in the face, man. It costs like maybe $1 to print out a fucking game disc. That's it. And, you know, it's just, I don't know why people buy an Xbox at this point, honestly. Like, just don't. Genuinely don't. Unless you really want to play 360 games, which even then, you can just buy an Xbox One X. That's all you need. You can buy a pre-owned Xbox One X to play 360 games. And run a dog with the 5 very disturbing child abuse. Let's see. Newborn. Oh, yeah, I saw this, bro. This shit's disgusting.
Okay, you're getting video.
Aww, that's exciting. Are you ready to meet your parents? Are you?
Let me guess, it's a boy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh my god, Gerard. I think I'm gonna cry. That is like the face of evil, bro. Look at him. He's like, yeah. Yeah, face the fucking wall right now. Yeah, of course, it's a boy, you know. Why is it the gay men, who are basically women, want to raise young boys? I don't know, man. Why would that be? Soycast guy with the 5. I'm not going to use that site anymore, though. I regret associating with scum, but I was a dumb 15-year-old when I joined. I hate people that do that shit. Yeah, it's probably for the best, man. Like, those darker corners of the internet get pretty nasty, so... And Daryl's on with the 2. They gonna name the baby Griffin? That's right, dude. Absolutely. They can live out their rape fantasy of me through it. And Jesus with the 5, off topic, but minimalism is just an excuse for lazy, untalented designers. Also, when the Capitals win the Stanley Cup, you better go to the parade. Are they are they like posed to win or something? I have no idea. I don't really follow hockey, to be honest. I don't really follow hockey at all. Hockey's definitely harder than soccer because you have to like act like ice skating is hard. I mean, I've done it like a few times as a kid, and that shit's actually kind of difficult. So yeah, it's much more difficult than just running. Let's make a white empty room with nothing in it and call it art style. Exactly, dude. It's the futuristic aesthetic.
All right, awesome.
Soy
Thanks,
Cast
nigga. All
got
right.
a 5. I just kind of feel like I'm somewhat responsible for creating a fan thread on a site that's known for messing with people. It was dumb to do. Yeah, it probably isn't the best place to do like a fan thread, for sure. Especially because there's no like moderation and shit. Like if you had made a heckin' wholesome Reddit thread, dude, then you could have at least like, you know, had some sort of TOS or something to back it up, but yeah. That's definitely not a good site to spread positivity. Yeah, that's definitely not a place known for spreading positivity on the internet. Yeah, the only context I really know about Kiwi Farms is like with Ethan Ralph, I think. And then also Keffels. So I don't really think it's a place to share your favorite content creators, more so the ones you despise.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
White guilt dying? It was never alive if you had a brain. I don't know, bro. The whole white guilt shit's gay as fuck. What do you have to be guilty over? Some people are just born better, dude. But yeah, shit's retarded. That's fucking stupid. Jesus with the 5. Don't know if you can on stream, but you should look up the Tom Wilson hit on Carrier. Dude clobbered him and then got a goal. If I can find like a literally like 10 to 20 second clip, I can pull it up. But yeah, if it's professional sports, that'll get claimed like immediately. I remember I put like I think a 5-second clip up of a boxing match once. And
all
like,
right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Claimed. So let me check. Carrier. Oh, career hit. There we go. Was it from 13 days ago?
I can't afford this shit!
Sounds right. Well, let's see.
Got it.
Yeah, I know my dad likes Tom Wilson because I've bought cards of him for him. Yeah, hopefully the capital. So I've been investing heavy for my dad in Ovechkin cards recently. And here, I'll show you a picture of the ones I've been buying. I've gotten them like 70 of these because they're only like a few bucks a piece. At least they were. I think they're like 20 bucks now if you buy them because I bought them all. But let's see. See if I can get a good picture. Whatever, it's close enough. I don't really care. You can't see the rainbow effect because I don't care enough to like position the light, but just imagine there is one. Oh, fuck. I didn't move the right direction. You also bond with your father? Yeah, I mean, my dad, like, cause, like, he knows I do, like, Pokemon cards and stuff, and he asked, dude, it already got copyrighted. There we go. There's my copyright for the evening. That
All right,
massive
awesome. Thanks,
40
nigga. All right.
seconds. Jesus, bro. Yeah, they're so strict. Let's see. There we go. This is what it looks like. So it's like, you can kind of see the rainbow effect, but it's like a silver card with like a rainbow refractor type foil. But yeah, this is the card I've been buying for him. It's a pretty cool card. But yeah, I don't really know too much about sports cards. I've just been buying them off the aesthetic, so I've just been buying them based off the aesthetic, because I figure, you know, it's the Stanley Cup victory pose, which is like probably the highlight of his career, other than, you know, the scoring record or whatever, which they haven't done one for that yet, so. Yeah, I've gotten probably like close to 70 of those so far for him. Yeah, like a bunch of them were listed for like $1, $2, $3, you know, maybe like $5. But now I think the cheapest ones are like 15 to 20. So, like, if I could sell them for 10, let's say, you know, that's a massive gain on them already. But long term, I think they'll be worth a lot more. Griffin, he's Russian. Yeah, he's like best buddies with Putin, too. Even worse. Him and Putin are like good friends, apparently. Synthetic man touched you? Nice, bro. Kind of jealous. And Evolvus with the 5? Oh, God. Alright, yeah, we can take a look at that. PS5 Pro versus $850 PC. Again, I don't even know why you would want to buy an $850 PC. I'm trying to see where that video is.
So I'm sure you saw the
Is it old? Okay, no, now I see it. I had to search for it on this channel. I see it now. Okay. Wasn't popping up in his list of shit. And Jason Valderrama with the 2. Yep, we can play that. Let's see. Run a dog with the 5. Look at the comments too. All right. Oh God. Yeah, we'll watch that. Am I becoming a VTuber like Jarek, the gaming drag? Oh yeah, man, definitely. I'm gonna have a massive pair of jiggly titties and an even more jiggly Fudacock. Dragon shaped, of course. Jesus with the 5. There's a Czech Hall of Fame goalie who wants the NHL to ban Russians. Also, congrats on your entry-level PC. Never forget your roots. I know, man. It's a humble budget build, but it's the best I could do at the time.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nah, Dreamcast guy said a $450 PC was as good as a PS5 Pro. Bro, now I have $675 in my eBay account. I need something to buy. A monitor is better than a PS5 Pro. Well, my monitor costs as much as 2 PS5 Pros almost. So, there you go. Remember when Dreamcast guy mentioned the Sony insider said the PS5 was running the GTX 660? Or was it a 660 or a 1660? I don't remember, but yeah. The super secret email he got from an insider. Yeah, the guy who committed corporate espionage to give Dreamcast guy a video topic. So believable, main. Jesus with the 2 would mirroring your screen avoid cop. Nope, because they do it based off audio too. They do audio and video recognition for basically everything. I can't afford this shit. You can get hit for one or the other or both. When he saw, yeah, he just sat down at the bar. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. Or that guy who showed him the, what was it, the Sonic movie trailer, and he said it was amazing, and then made a video shitting on the Sonic movie trailer immediately after that.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Where the fuck did my music go? Where is it? There we go. And May 1st burst with the 5. I have to admit, I have had Kanye's Heil Hitler stuck in my head for days. That shit catch. Yeah, dude. It's really good, you know, maybe it's not the best song to blast in the car, especially where I live, but when you hear it on the car speakers, it's even better if you have the lossless files. It makes it really good. Here, if you guys want the lossless files, let me see if I can grab them real quick. Let me actually do this real quick. I just want to make sure it pulls up before I send it. Come on, you stupid fucking thing. Go. Let's see. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. I know you can download them on your phone if you have them, but... Okay, yeah, you can. So, here you go. That's the song in the lossless audio, if you want it, both versions of it. Dude ordered a whole new PC, but wasting his time on PS5. It's not here yet. If you want the, I guess, unaltered quality, that link has it, and you can download the WAV file. This Negro music? That's right, dude. I'm already 2 inches taller. Yeah, it's extremely catchy. And Nero Redwood with the 5. Crime Boss devs dropped Kirsch for being problematic, and the player base tanked. What is Crime Boss? I'm not familiar with that. And the player base tanked. Meanwhile, the Jihad called Hassan keeps his sponsors. Well, that's because it's politically correct to be an Islam simp, because, you know, they kill Westerners, so it's allowed.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Jesus with the 5, I hope eventually Asmongold overtakes Hassan as the biggest political streamer on Twitch. Culture needs to change in the U.S. or elections mean nothing. Well, unfortunately, elections mean nothing if the demographic of the country keeps changing, which, you know, is the long-term issue. You can change the hearts and minds of the people who are already here, but if you import enough people, it doesn't fucking matter. That's the sad reality. Griffin, stop ignoring me. It's important. Jews are silencing a black man. Well, I just shared the link to the files, so I'm already doing my part. Don't worry, I'm key. You know me, I'm the black community's biggest advocate and ally. Imagine someone tried to cancel you for listening to a Kanye song in your own car. I mean, how would they cancel you for listening to something in your car? Like, I don't feel like that would work. Why do people follow Hassan when he came from a wealthy family? He's not on the side of the plebs. Because femcells like to flick their hairy bean to him, basically. A bunch of obese pigs that nobody wants to fuck except desperate Jamaican men. You know, love to flick their hairy, unshaven bean that smells like fucking sweaty jock straps. And a fucking rotten fish factory. I mean, just look at that fucking Frogan whore. Like that fucking dumb, you know, Jabba the Gut looking bitch. That's probably what the average Hassan viewer looks like. Some fat, disgusting slob who just shovels fast food down her fucking gullet all the time. And is completely unfuckable, bro. And probably has a carpet crotch. To where, you know, the pubes are just so big that it just completely encompasses the entire area and you can't even see anything. Well, yeah, dude, of course she has the gawk gawk. All she does is shove shit down her throat. Like, she's a professional of shoving large quantities of anything down her gullet, so... yeah. Her throat and her ass are the only thing that actually do any work. Run a dog with the 5? I apologize. Why so? Oh god, ew. If hell had a waiting room, this would be it. Oh, you just know it smells like a fucking rotten wound in there. The smell of rotten flesh. Wait, you can't... Dude, fuck this. I may have to restart it. Let me just restart it. This is like the second time it's done it. Hold on. I'll be back. Just wait a second. Alright, is it good now? Are we good now? You can see. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with OBS. So, I closed it out, restarted it, duplicated the scene. We should be good now. There you go. honesty. Isn't Hassan's audience like 60% female over the age of 30? Probably, man. It's a bunch of femcells who are, you know, barren, empty egg cartons who, you know, only, I guess, whose only identity is left-wing politics because they're miserable fucks. So they want to make everybody else as miserable as them. OBS was doing you a favor, pretty much, man. It tried. It did its best, but it wasn't enough. Dude, I'm so glad that, you know, I don't have a female audience. Could you imagine actually having to cater to that? Like, that just sounds miserable, man. Having to cater to a female audience sounds like genuine hell. Like, imagine how much you'd have to pussyfoot around everything. You would literally have to tiptoe around every single fucking thing you say because, you know, if there's one thing women hate, it's honesty.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
The May 1st burst with D10. Appreciate it, man. Hassan is losing it because Asmund surpassed him as #1 in politics on Twitch. He said Asmongold thinks brown people are inferior yesterday. What's wrong with that? His entire stream is seething about Asmongold. Yeah, he's a fucking clown. Dude, Hassan is like the biggest joke ever. Like, he literally is just a Nepo baby who Chunky Yogurt propped up through the Young Turks when that was still relevant. And, you know, a bunch of disgusting pig women want to fuck him. That's literally it. Without the fat hog femcells, he is literally nothing. Play a game? What game? I should start getting through some of this. Hold on, let me check something real quick. I got a stack of shit. Let me see. Do y'all want me to get angry? I have this Lords of the Fallen game I bought, so I could try that out. I don't know. I might get angry at that. The new one. The new one.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, it got that big update. I got it for like $15 at GameStop. New, which it's not new. It came unsealed, but you know, that's GameStop for you. But I got the deluxe edition code with it, so I don't know if it's been used or not, so I should probably try that. Yeah, the first one was really bad. I had it. I didn't get past, like, probably the first 5 hours. It was pretty shitty. Well, no, it's what GameStop considers to be new, which is basically, oh, yeah, we opened the case to put it on the shelf, but nobody's ever used the disc. That's what GameStop considers to be new. So, here, let me enter my code real quick. Actually, I'll just put y'all here. I don't want anybody sniping it. No stream sniping. Where do you even go? Redeem the code. No. It's been a while. Oh shit. Fuck, what did I do? M48J E2E. Let's see if the GameStop people already used it. Oh, they didn't. Wow. Well, that was a pleasant surprise. So I got a free deluxe edition code, and I didn't even pay for it. So I guess maybe it was good that I got the new copy. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. You took my code? I don't think so. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. Every king and queen needs their throne, and Frogan's is made of porcelain. Yup. The bowel movements have to be disgusting, bro. Like, she's a fat slob. So, that fat, disgusting creature probably just, yeah, lives on that toilet. And Bulldog with the 5, do you like playing PvE operations in Space Marines? Not really. I'm not a huge fan of, I guess, co-op game modes, personally. Dude, the real heckin' chonker is that, Denims bitch. Like that one picture that was posted about the content cop or whatever. Dude, she has some fucking thunder thighs, bro. She's gonna be morbidly obese when she hits like 30-something. You can already tell. Chicks with fat legs are gonna be fat as fuck when they get old. That's like the easiest way to tell if a bitch is gonna turn into a fucking waddling, you know, blob. Is if they have fat legs. Fat legs is like the definitive sign that a chick's gonna be huge when she gets older. So. She's not even fat? Bro, hold on. See if I can find the picture. I know it was on Twitter, but let's see. Oh, I think the picture got deleted. I don't see it anymore. Let's see. I'll just look up iDubbbz's account, I guess. See if it's on there. Oh, did he delete it too? Oh no, there it is. that's not it. Oh well, I don't really care. No chunguses for me.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Are you gonna be fat? Yes, I'm key. And CIA with the 10, Griffin will help you in Lords of the Fallen if you want. Us gamers need to stick together. Also mute I'm key for being inferior to us Y people. Alright. That's a racially motivated attack though, so you're on thin ice. There you go.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to contact the ADL and the NAACP. May 1st burst with the 10. By the way, Microsoft is sending Gears Ultimate owners a code to get reloaded through Xbox messages rather than just adding it to your library. That's their shitty excuse. Why disc owners don't get it. Lazy? Yeah, exactly.
You're fucking poor!
It could easily be a fucking prompt on the console to just say, hey, would you like to download it? Like, why not just make it an option on the game screen? Like, that's so easy. Like, when you boot up the game, it should just have a message that says, like, hey, do you want to download this new version? And then it just adds to your account. But I guess you could go on CD keys or whatever and find, like, a cheap code for it. Because you can buy third-party Xbox codes. But I guess, yeah, you probably missed the cutoff, so never mind. Shit. Yeah, they're just being, you know, Jewish about it. For lack of a better term. Buff Garfield with the 2, all these characters thick AF. Yeah, they are dummy thick. But Sarah Bond made a game preservation team, I know, by putting 85 megabytes on the Doom disc. You know, what a hero. What an absolute legend. But yeah, what a fucking dude. It's, you know,
Microsoft.
The retard Microsoft button has aged very fucking well, man. It's just one of those that never loses its relevancy. Two 5090s is overkill. I don't even think you can. You even have two 5090s? I thought they got rid of SLI. Can you even run two 5090s simultaneously? I know you used to be able to, with like the 980 Ti's, you could do like the SLI builds, but they got rid of that, I'm pretty sure. And very few games even supported it in the first place.
Restores to combat readiness.
You can, but not for gaming. Well, then I don't care.
Casualty confirmed.
Well, actually, if you emulate one, that's right, man. Actually.
Redeploy for combat.
My dad works for Microsoft. Yo, get me a Doom code, please. Thanks.
Reporting permission.
Doom code for everybody? Yeah. I mean, I'll have a Doom code to give away, so whenever I get my computer, I'm guessing they're gonna send me the code or voucher or whatever with it, so I should have a copy of the game to give away to one lucky viewer. And then you too can say,
but gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
the NVIDIA code requires scanning
awesome.
your
Thanks,
system.
nigga. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What does that mean? Like, wouldn't it still spit out a code, though? Because you have to enter it into Steam.
Brother killed in action.
The code they give you is for the NVIDIA app? Well, can I just give it to somebody still? Couldn't I just give them the NVIDIA app code? That seems really unnecessarily complicated. Like, just stick it in the box.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, it'd be a real tragedy if somebody resold their key for their $3,000 GPU. That would be a real tragedy.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them.
That would be a real tragedy if somebody resold their key for their, you know, $3,000 to $4,000 GPU. Yeah, $3,000 to $4,000 GPU they just bought. Wowie zowie. You know, thanks, Microsoft. I'm sure they stipulate it too, so that, you know, they actually will give it to them to give away. You could easily just print off a code in a box. Code in a box, Nintendo bad. That's right, man. Yeah, I saw like some Reddit upduder today on Twitter like saying there are thousands of people canceling their Doom pre-orders right now because of no data on the disc. It's like, oh my god. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, in the age of 80% digital and people who only buy discs to put something on their fucking shelf, I highly doubt anyone actually fucking cares. Like the Redditors who are saying that they're not buying it, we're never gonna buy it in the first place.
Restored to combat ready. Casualty confirmed.
Yep, COD's been doing it for years. Ubisoft has been doing it for years. You know, I think, doesn't Rockstar do that too? I'm not sure. Or maybe they do give you 2 codes, or 2 not 2 codes, 2 discs, but. Yeah, it's 150 gigs, which there's no way Doom should be that big. Like, it's a single player campaign. That's it. There's no multiplayer, there's no, like, third mode, nothing. It's just literally a campaign, so that's just shitty file compression on the part of id Software. Because what is it on Steam? I don't think it's that big. What's it on Steam? $69 gigs. Yeah, there's no fucking reason the PS5 version should be 150. That's like fucking insane, bro. It's 69 gigs on Steam, which, hold on, let's just see how much it actually downloads when I hit install. Let's see. Yeah, 67 gigabytes.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And HG with the 2, would you take 2 inches off your PP to add to your height? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not walking around with like a 4-point-something incher. Absolutely not, dude. I mean, yeah, I'd still be going, you know, platinum in Korea, but I'd be batting well below average for my race. Tim Marco with the 7, new scientific argument against AI is that the servers use too much water to cool down, and that's draining our fresh water supply. Did they not realize that water is recycled in cooling capacities? Like, you just keep running the same water through over and over and over again? Yeah, leftoids are not too smart. But yeah, you don't even need fresh water to do it. You can do it with any type of water, but you don't need drinking water to do it. Yeah, it's just stupid as shit. Like, oh my god, bro, all the Studio Ghibli pictures are killing the plants. It's like, okay, yeah, no. I don't think so. And Renadog with the 5, looks like no disc for Gears of War on Xbox. Lol, PS5 will. Phil hates all Xbox players. I mean, it's just abundantly clear. Microsoft is telling you to fuck off. Like, go buy a PS5 if you care about console. Like, just buy a PS5 and a Switch, or buy a PC and a Switch. That's your only 2 platforms you'll need in either combination, you know? PC and Switch, or PS5 and Switch. You'll be good. You can play everything, pretty much, unless you care about PC games, but I would assume if you're a console person, you probably don't give a shit about a lot of the PC games. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be drinking water. It doesn't have to be, what's that shit called? Palatable or whatever? I don't know. It doesn't have to be, like, super, purified, you know, Fiji spring water or anything. Yeah, potable, that's it.
Rally point updated.
PS6 will be water cooled. Hopefully not. That would be like, that's the thing, bro. Is like, I will never do water cooling on a computer because you have to like change it out every once in a while. You have to deal with leaks and shit. Like, yeah, I highly doubt that. The longevity of that hardware would not be very long. Nero Redwood with the 5. I'm on New Game Plus 1 on Lords of the Fallen playing with game modifiers. Pre-upgraded weapons drop, random loot and enemies. It changes up the gameplay. Yeah, I'll see how it goes. I mean, most likely it's just going to make me rage, but we'll see. We shall see. And I'm key with the 5. I missed the old Griffin, the overweight Griffin, the Call of Duty Griffin, the always moody Griffin. Well, that hasn't changed. The Wannagoon Griffin, that hasn't changed either. Hide in his room Griffin, that's still me. But, you know, yeah. No longer the overweight Griffin or the Call of Duty Griffin. But yeah, for the most part, everything else is the same. To start earning money from well, I started earning money from streaming immediately because I didn't stream for like the first 5 years of doing YouTube, so I already had a well-established channel when I started streaming. So I had monetization and everything immediately available. And let's see, Tim Marco, the 279, environmentalism as a whole is vastly exaggerated. Yeah, it's a massive just wealth transfer grift. That's it. Take the money from traditionally conservative oil companies and put it into new green energy companies that aren't even that great for the planet. It's just a grift, yeah. Like anything in life, it's about, you know, consolidating money and power from one group of people to another. Yeah, Hollywood celebrity number 90 is going to hop off his private jet to tell you how you shouldn't turn your AC on.
Recovery complete, brothers.
Juan with the 2. I'll take a look. Dude, public transportation is not a valid form of transportation until we actually start cracking down on crime and homeless people. Like, that shit is so disgusting. Not to mention just outright dangerous, too. Unless we start removing the criminal elements from society, public transportation is not viable.
All right, awesome.
Jesus with
Thanks,
the
nigga. All right.
5-1, almost no servers are water cooled, and the ones that are used a closed loop. Yeah, exactly. you can recycle water. Like, it just, you know, gets piped through over and over and over and over and over again. And 2, you got a water cooler on your CPU. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. That's a different thing. I'm talking about, like, the pipes and shit that people get with, like, the cooling, like, fluid that's colored and that type of shit. Like, I don't have, like, the actual physical piping and everything. But, yeah, the AIO or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, the actual, like, water cooling system with, like, the pump and everything like that. That goes on the GPU and the CPU and everything else.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What's wrong, dog? Why are you crying? Yeah, well, I think a common solution for, like, the closed loop system, isn't it, like, they run the piping underground so that the hot water gets, like, piped down into the cool ground and then it cools down? Or a lot of times they put the piping into a larger body of water, which then the cold water on the exterior of the pipe.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, there's a lot of different ways they do it. I know, like, Microsoft has started submerging entire servers under the seawater. So, it just depends. There's a lot of different ways they do it. Like, I know Microsoft has started, like, experimenting with dipping, like, entire servers into the sea. And just having them in, like, airtight, you know, containers that are submerged in seawater constantly. And apparently that works pretty well.
Refreshed for the war efforts.
Imagine swimming and seeing a server, yeah. Yeah, imagine you're driving your boat, you hear a thud, and then all of a sudden Minecraft goes down.
Back into the fray.
Oh, let's see. So, Nero Redwood with the 5, the deluxe edition code for Lords of the Fallen gives you access to the Dark Crusader class, basically two-handed strength build class, easy mode. Well, that's what I typically play in FromSoft games, is a strength build, so I'll probably try that out then. Jesus with the 5, I am loud and obnoxious. I like music that rhymes. I'm a fraction of the population, but commit half the crimes. Wow, I can't think of who it is. Man, who could that be? Jesus with the 2, I think most use refrigerant instead of water. Yeah, probably. There's a ton of those data centers near me. Like, if you drive like 20 minutes outside of like the DC area, and I guess like the Chantilly area of Northern Virginia, it's like a data center every fucking half mile. They're everywhere, bro. Everywhere. Because all the government data centers and everything like that are built out there. And then also all like the, you know, Microsoft data centers and everything else. Everywhere, bro. I know Amazon also has a ton of them too out there. That's a good field to get into if you're looking for, I guess, a field of work in Northern Virginia is data center management related tasks. Is this Lords of the Fallen 2? It's just Lords of the Fallen. Version 2.0, I guess, but I don't think it's done downloading. Oh, is it? Let me check for updates. Oh, wow. It's already done. Do you have to download version 2.0 as DLC? Or nah? We'll do one more match of this and I'll swap over. Where's the Pornhub data servers at? In, I think, Canada. Pornhub is a Canadian company. Luke A with the 2, bored in Act 3 of Expedition 33, game is overrated. Yeah, I didn't even get to Act 3. I got to the part where you have to fight the Axon, and I stopped. $33 has to mean something. I can't afford this shit. It's the age that the eggs are all gone. No more omelets. Griff, start an OnlyFans. I'm just too shy, man. Sorry.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
I can't afford this shit!
Oh shit. Okay, no, I put me on there. And Jesus with the 2, I got money on you soloing the gorilla. I appreciate the faith, but I don't know if I can do that. The gorilla might clap my cheeks. If I have a weapon, I could maybe do it. And Nero Redwood with the 2.0 is a free content update. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was like an actual like separate download you had to push through. Because I don't know if it updated or not in the process of installing from the disk. So that's all I was checking to make sure it actually did update. Yeah, I know it's like a free content update. I just didn't know if it was like a separate download you had to do. Drake the type of guy to pay an escort and say, you don't have to do this? Yeah, exactly. Why don't you just stay here with me? You don't have to go back to that life. I make more than enough money to support us. We're happy together.
Casualty confirmed.
Leave that life behind and start a new one with me. What about Kanye's wife? Not my taste, but hey, you know, good for bro, I guess. He's probably having, you know, some wild sex or something with her. Isn't she like 25 or something? She looks a lot older than she is, but it's because she has short hair.
Restores to combat readiness.
Well, for Australian standards, she's not really that mid. Griffin the type of guy to 2x speed a funeral? Facts. Yeah, definitely better than Kim, for sure. Griffin is the top guy. Fuck.
I return, ready to take my vengeance. Restores to combat readiness.
They all ran away.
Support incoming, brothers.
Hitler died for our sins. That's right, dude. Not because he was a meth head or anything like that. Got a Christian medieval cure. What, the Pope's pear? We should bring back that punishment. That needs to make a return.
Casualty confirmed. Astartes, push for dominance. Astartes is dead.
Any new game recommendations? If you have PlayStation Plus, download that bolt gun game. That's free with PlayStation Plus, but I don't know. As far as like new releases go, if you haven't played Oblivion, get that, but most likely you have. Ape Escape? Hell yeah, dude. Play Creed Shadows. I don't know about that one. You can play Monster Hunter. That's good. Well, you probably already have played that. Yeah, Rebirth again is a good option. I'll be playing Rebirth again. I'll be playing Rebirth again when I get my computer, so be ready. Stock up on tissues and lotion while you have a chance. There's gonna be a shortage. Yeah, first priority will be Doom the Dark Ages, but yeah, then I'll do Rebirth again. Alright. Here we go. I'll actually put my gaming headphones on for this, see what it's about. Thank God they just let you skip it. I hate the ones that make you like slow scroll through it. It's so irritating.
After eons of tyranny, the demon god
Griffin, if you pull your foreskin, how long? Not very, because you know, I'm trimmed.
Terrible power endured. And so was formed the hallowed sentinels. Our duty being to stand vigil for signs of his return. Even exile to another realm could not silence the fallen god forever. And in time, Adir's malignant influence pervaded the world once more. In his hunger for vengeance, Adir orchestrated the return of his demonic army. Light was swallowed by shadow, and with it, hope.
The audio's broken.
And knew who indeed come to pass. That only they who shun the
Alright, it
light
should be good now.
in order to fight the darkness, possess the power to defy a god.
Yeah, this game is definitely very Lord of the Rings coded. Like, that shit literally looks like a Nazgul, but just, you know, 3 heads. Yeah. Uh-oh. The estrogen didn't work. Griffin's gonna rate. That's the idea. So we'll see how it goes, man. Until the what? The icon? I don't even see an icon. Oh, shit. Okay. For she must feed on my seed.
Boris, forgive me. Let's do this weapon of deliverance to a worthier servant than I.
He rage quit! Do you believe City Interact Games is using their anti-DEI stance as marketing? They probably actually believe it, because once you piss off the trannies once, they never forgive, so... Cracked his head like a Pepsi. Ooh, I can be a female? What's the difference? They're just like slightly different. There is no difference. Be a female? Alright, we'll boss babe it. Whatever. Ew. Ooh, can I zoom out? No, you can't. How do you do the color? I have no idea how you do this shit. Why can't I just pick a color? It's irritating. Like, where's just brown? That's like green. That's irritating, bro. I don't like this. I don't like it. Not a fan. Yeah, so you have to make like some pink-haired freak. Need to go to orange? Ew, a back tattoo. Does that look brown? I don't know. I can't really tell, bro. I'm like colorblind, but I'm guessing that kind of looks brown. Alright, good enough. Oh, shit. There we go. The modern woman. Yo, let's see Abby Strong real quick. That's not too bad. This thing doesn't control very intuitively. Alright, that's good enough. The Aryan piercers, bro. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna fix the nose. It's like a Chinese nose. I wonder how you get rid of the shit around your eyes. Or if you even can. I don't really like any of the noses. I guess that's the least offensive one. The soulless black eyes. Yeah, I guess you can't get rid of the shit on your eyes. Oh well, good enough.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, here. Just in case.
Lo, the latest receiver of his grace.
Nero Redwood with the 5 unchecked. The copy eye color for secondary, then make the secondary all black. It's the pupil color. Face should have a fine tune option. That's all good. It's good enough. I'm gonna have armor on anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I appreciate it.
Your flesh has been made sacrosanct with the mark of the Dark Crusaders.
Why can't they just be normal Crusaders, dude?
This gift. Seek me in the bowels of the bridge. Our work is of the greatest import.
I'm surprised they didn't put an enemy right there. Bro, where's the waypoint? I'm not gonna play what? Death Stranding. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not getting that. Yep, it is just a movie. That it is. Oh. Okay. This game is basically Dark Souls 3. Well, you have this, like, I guess, unique gimmick to it, but yeah, pretty much. Which isn't a bad thing, because Dark Souls 3 is the best Souls clone, so... Okay. The fuck? What did that do? I guess you don't have to fuck with those things. Yeah, I don't think anybody's really excited for that Night Rain game. I don't think there's much hype for it at all. I don't know what From Software is thinking with like these slop multiplayer games. Like, it's just kind of idiotic. Alright, I can't fucking see! Speak for yourself, Griffin. I am hyped as fuck. I bet, man. Elden Ring Fortnite. Let's go, baby. Dude, a bonfire. Nice. No, I think the Japs will play that Night Rain game, but I don't think anybody in the West will. Oh, I don't have enough to level up. So I guess the number on the left is what you need. It's 20 or 2,000 or whatever. Well, dude, big streamers will play anything they get paid to play, so Bandai Namco will pay them to play, you know, Night Rain on stream, but they're not going to play it past that. Oh shit, I got stuck. There we go. Sinner judged. Are we killing gays in this? Bro, what? Who the fuck was that? I'm very confused now.
I always wondered if there were other. You're probably thinking that lamp's just to take it lightly, and you'll find it's the other one. I guess there's no bonfire after the bosses. Yeah, I have no idea where the fuck I'm even supposed to be going. Guess we'll go back this way.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, I guess I do have to go this way.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. So CIA with the 36 months. Crazy that this game is more fun than Turd Tree. So far so good. I don't know. Maybe it gets autistically difficult towards the end, but yeah. I mean, it feels like an actual FromSoft game more so than their modern shit, like Sekiro and Turd Tree. That's for sure. And Nero Redwood with the 5. If you pull your lamp out in certain areas, you can walk through bars and on platforms. Also, hold out lamp and press X. It's your guide button. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm supposed to go through this village, I guess. Oh. Nope, I did not like Sekiro. I was not a fan of Sekiro, personally. I don't like parrying, so... Which is basically the only way to play Sekiro, is to just parry spam, so... I didn't care for it. Alright, stop putting that fucking tutorial up. I can't see. So I have to go through that cave, I guess. Oh. Where the fuck did he come from? Oh, shit. Yeah, I definitely can't make that jump. Let's see.
You carry the lamp long enough, and you'll see history. If you don't want to keep retreading the same ground yourself should you fall, make use of this.
Okay. Well, I guess that's cool. Oh shit, there we go. There we go, dude. This is very reminiscent of the first area of Dark Souls 3. Yeah, high wall Lothric, exactly. I don't know what that does. Oh, I probably should have rested. I don't even remember where there was a rest point. Shit. I may have to backtrack a while. And just run back. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that rest point it's telling me to make only works in like the undead realm or whatever. I mean, I can try it, but it works as a regular. Okay.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, all right. Easy enough, I guess. Oh shit. Fuck. Whoops. All right, don't hit square.
O holy Aureus, by your radiance grant me the strength to continue to endure these dark days, to lay bare the path to salvation for my wayward brothers and sisters, so we may walk it together, and to strike down all those who would see our will defied. Even as our suffering continued, I honored my pledge.
I can fix her, guys.
To the exactor.
I can fix her.
And yet you now appear before me, a stranger, bearing what was not yours to receive. A betrayal made flesh.
I can fix her, guys.
One I cannot brook.
Oh shit, that's got. This is definitely a two-stage fight. Oh shit. What the fuck? Is she invincible? What the fuck? Bro, what?
Not yet.
Alright, I don't fucking know what happened. I'm guessing I have to restart it? Like, the fuck? Alright. Sweet. Yeah. Literal invincibility glitch. Shit, man. Oh my god. Traverse the moth. Yeah, we don't need to watch the cutscene again.
Stay out of my way, lamp bearer. For your own
Oh shit, dude, that reach.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I got animation lock. The fuck? Oh shit. I know what that is. Yeah, I was about to say, bro, I played enough fucking shitty ass turd tree to know what that fucking means. Did I get it? Alright, there we go. What a waste. Feet. Well, I technically beat the boss on my first try, but it glitched out and it wouldn't let me kill her. So.
Just remember, in the end, you're better off alone.
I beat it first try, but the fucking fight glitched, so I beat it double first try, I guess. Is she hiling? Go Umbral? What?
Brothers and sisters, you honor us and all who came before you with your sacrifices. While I wish they were unnecessary, my wish.
Yo, Turd Tree kind of copied this gate.
My sorcery does.
The Turd Tree kind of copied this gate, bro. I'm not sure when this game came out versus Turd Tree, but this gate is almost identical to the one in Turd Tree. Whichever one came out first is the original. That's like literally the God Gate from fucking Turd Tree right there. That's exactly what it looks like. Alright, so I want to go up. Uh-oh, is it going to be a Mimic? Nope. I don't know if Mimics are even in this game. What is this? Is this like the Round Table Hold or Firelink Shrine?
Welcome, Dark Crusader.
Yo, that's a real Dark Crusader right there. Skyrest Bridge. I want to go. This game came out a year before Turd Tree. There you go. So they copied Turd Tree. Yo, my baddie is here.
By Aureus' divine will, I live again. And to think I raised my sword to you, when all along you were a divine instrument sent by him to deliver my death and rebirth. And bring
Hell yeah.
Forgive me, Lampbearer. I'm Pietà of the Hallowed Sentinels. And as Aureus sustains me, so too will I sustain you. Whether by making manifest your potential or through my healing blood, contained within the sanguinarics you carry. Should you find any saintly quintessences, bring them to me.
Nah, Turd Tree wasn't already in the game, Run a Dog, because if it was, people would have gotten the files. People would have found it in the game files years before, or I guess not years, a year before it came out. Well, actually, yeah, years before it came out. Griffin likes these skinny girls? I do, bro.
Our holy work continues, Lampbearer.
I'm a very simple man.
Fellow sanctified vessel, may Aureus' divine radiance flow through me.
Skinny white women are, you know, our peak. So, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, skinny, tall, white chicks, bro. You know, I don't think it can be beaten. Personally.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't think it can be beaten. Let's see. So, Rent a Dog with the 5. Take a look. Give me a second. Just put him on watch real quick. There we go. Let's see. Pop this out. Swap my input. I did not like Shadow of the Turd Tree, personally. They got rid of glory kills from Doom the Dark Ages. Me when I lost. Yeah, they still have them. Look how little blood there is, though. See, that's the Phil Spencer effect in full effect. There's no blood. Like, none. What the fuck, bro? I mean, this is exactly what happened with Phil Spencer and Gears and Halo, so it would not shock me if they pussified Doom by taking out the blood. Like, Halo used to have blood, not anymore. Gears of War used to have blood, not anymore, so we'll see. But yeah, it definitely does still have glory kills, they're just not quite the same. Yeah, but it's more the principle that they took it out. They took it out so they could make it a teeny bopper game, you know, just more of pussification of gaming. Like, you know, I mean, it's not the exact same, but, you know.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
You know, it's kind of like that. That's what it's about, is, you know, not about the money or the point. It's just what it represents. Which is just the sanitation of media across the board when Microsoft gets their grubby mitts on it. They're trying to put more focus on the story in this game. Like, who the fuck gives... Yeah, exactly. Who was it? John Romero, who said, you know, the Doom story is like a porn story. Everybody's just there for the cum shot. I added that part, but, you know.
I can't afford this shit!
Daniel with the 5. FromSoft... has great
right,
level
awesome.
design.
Thanks,
It's fun
nigga.
to
All
discover new areas as you play. Do the levels in this game feel bland, or do I just have Souls fatigue? I would say it feels a little more straightforward than like Dark Souls 3, but it has like the lamp mechanic, which I imagine gets more complex as you go. I was literally just in the tutorial area pretty much, so probably not the best judge of the level design. But from what I've heard is it's a little more straightforward than like your typical Souls game. Like, it's just more streamlined. And Nero Redwood with the 5, you beat her ass so hard, the game broke. She was meant to go into phase 2 halfway. Nah, you know what happened is she also felt the connection and just couldn't bring herself to, you know, fight. I don't know, man. Maybe I got my new video game waifu, bro. But yeah, she's definitely a nice addition to the, I guess, character roster. Noski Woski with the 2. I'm picking this game up on the GOAT Station 5. Yeah, I think it's like $20 digital right now for the deluxe edition, which I think is probably worth it. It's cheaper than Dark Souls 3, which is crazy. You know, From Software, you know, they jacked all their prices up right after Elden Ring really popped off. You used to be able to pick up all the old Dark Souls games with DLC for like $10 a piece. And, you know, now they're like $50 for the complete editions. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Luckily, I already bought most of them, but it's like, damn. Kvetching. And Raging Boar with the 2, Griffin, that's an early development footage. Yeah, but even the review footage we watched, you know, last night, the blood had been dramatically toned down. Even the footage we watched last night, there's barely any blood. Like, yeah, there was, like, chunks and stuff coming off the demons, but very little blood. And Oski Woski with the 5, Mute Midnight. Alright. I mean, it's pretty obvious, like, the reasoning why. It's Phil. Phil Spencer does not like gore, violence, rude language, or crude language, whatever the fuck, bro. He's a bitch. Stamina? Yeah, I definitely want that.
I had no doubt in my assessment of you, as one worthy of the monumental task which lies before us, Crusader. My name is Dunmire, and I am an exactor of the Dark Crusaders, the holy order of which you are now an honored member. The Church of Orient Radiance has assigned to me the duty of purging Mornstead of its Rogar blight, and ensuring the ancient tyrant Adir knows no liberation from his enduring imprisonment. While the schism between the Church and Judge Cleric is of long standing, she and her hallowed sentinels, now perverted, did at least construct Mornstead's radiant beacons, which have prevented Adir's return for centuries. But now, we stand corrupted and on the verge of collapse. It is to these 5 beacons you must turn your eye.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Gears Reloaded is as bloody. The Ultimate Edition was, but yeah, I don't know, because Gears 4 and 5 toned it down a lot. Looks like another lose streak on Marvel. Time to take it. Uh-oh. You gotta go buy a skin, I'm telling you. Buy one skin and see if your luck changes.
So the Exactors found himself a new instrument, as Exactors are wont to do. And given that lamp was intended for me should his paladin fall, and yet now here you are, lamp bearer. Well, it seems I was right to doubt the value of a Dark Crusader's work. I'm Stoneman, Captain of the Fidelis, a group of good men and women who've made a stand against the madness which has possessed the rest of the hallowed Sentinels. We made a vow to restore our order to its former glory.
Nero Redwood with the 5. My friend called me a simp for Pieta since I always came back to upgrade my health cross. I do like skinny, white, angelic chicks. I mean, bro, it's like literally, you know, what more could you want? A tall, skinny, wild woman. Shit. But yeah, hard to go wrong with that combo. What does this do? Oh, nothing. I already went this way. Guess there's not really too much to do or see. Oh, there's some more shit back here.
Look at you, a Dark Crusader, a lamp bearer, and a revenant to boot. Aren't you the multifaceted one? Well,
we hit the tip skull. Oh my god!
We tend to stay dead when we die, and Aureus knows enough of us have done just that.
Gaming.
You don't see the blade coming at your front. We set ourselves a task, and we have to finish it. Best watch your step out there. Mornstead is a land awash.
Okay, so he's not like a vendor or anything?
That lamp you've got there is heresy, stranger. But then, seems it's getting harder to tell what is and what ain't nowadays. Ah, strange times. But in the end, there's right and there's wrong. And that never changes. And I hope for both our sakes you know the difference.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You were gifted a DSP Gaming membership? Oh my god. That's the greatest gift you could ever receive. Think of all the positive content you get to watch now, man. I'm kind of envious. Okay. So obviously not that way.
Ah, that's it, isn't it? Oh, the lamp of immortality.
Nero Redwood with the 5, while she also a crusader with angel wings, one of God's chosen. You can summon her in bosses. She heals you during boss. Nice.
About that lamp and the awful mission to which it's attached. I hope you recognize that
a woman's natural role. Support.
Truth. What's been done to you is
downright cruel. Of course, some people are born into roles. My name is Andreas of Ebb, esteemed scion of nobility, but far more than that, descendant of the great ruler Antanas himself, as proven by my family's book of lineage, for one. That's right.
Si,
Through my veins flows the blood of the legendary hero who defied Adir and the Rogar and saved the whole world, only to be betrayed and murdered by a common criminal. So you'll understand the man of while an unfortunate victim such as... Give me the lamp. No? It saddens me to see you. I hope you see sense.
Careful, if you're headed for Pilgrim's Perch, friend. The hallowed sentinels don't welcome everyone who's crossed countless miles of land and sea to join them. All I wanted was to serve the divine judge cleric, but they deemed me unworthy and chased me off. What's a poor, rejected disciple to do now, I ask you? I gave away most of what little I owned before but if you've got some traveling, I know it doesn't look like much.
He gave me a fucking stick. Die! I won't kill him. He's already pathetic enough. I should kill him. Come on, walk over here, bitch. Wait, that didn't hit him? The fuck? Do it for Allah. got him. Oh, shit. Oops. Having the jump button as the interact button is not necessarily the greatest idea because that happens. Ooh, shit. I don't got much hop. You can tell my character ain't black because she can't jump for shit. How the fuck do I kill that thing? Alright, well, I guess that works. I have no idea how you're supposed to kill that thing. Pull the lamp out and R1 to siphon. Okay. Oh. It's already there. I gotta be coming up on a bonfire or something, or whatever they're called in this, pretty soon. Well, I can't go that way, so it's worthless lantern. Yeah, but I don't want to make a bonfire at a random spot. Or do I? Yeah, there's no umbral flower bed for me to do it. Yeah, I can't go that way yet. Can't go that way yet, so I guess I hit a dead end. Let's see if this is something right here. Nope. I guess I gotta go back down. Shit. There's no way I'm making that. Alright, so I gotta figure out where the fuck I need to go. I think it was over, yeah. Yeah, I can't progress. Can I go over there? Seriously, I can't jump over that? That didn't do anything? Go back to the gap. I don't know what that means.
Diviner dear, witness this offering I make to you.
All
I
right,
need to
awesome.
go up,
Thanks,
but
nigga.
I
All right.
can't. Go back. Yeah, I'm about to look up a guide. Yeah, I can't get down there. Like what, drop? But then I'm stuck down here. Okay. That's a pain in the ass. Guessing. Full. Oh shit. Fuck. I keep trying to dodge with X and I can't remember what game I was playing that was the case. What other game was I playing where X is dodge? So for whatever reason, that's like the muscle memory I have right now. What other game was it? Now I'm curious. Let's see. Maybe it was Monster Hunter. That might be it. That might be it. You really can't get to the elevator from here? Really? I'm almost tempted to just try it. I don't think it'll work, but... Oh, it glitched, yeah. Yeah, they don't want you doing that. Yeah, I don't think you can make that jump. I don't know how severe the fall damage is. Man, fuck it, we'll just try it. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't want the shortcut later on. I want it now. Bro, I gotta walk all the way over there and then walk all the way back. Shit. Oh, you dirty bitch. There's nowhere to plant your seed. You have to find a very specific place to do so. Oh, there we go. There's a bonfire spot. Alright, sweet. In the first boss, yeah, I would do that. Without a moment's hesitation. She's worth it, dude. No idea what's in here. Oh, great, a balancing system. Baited. Alright, here we go. Oh shit. Fuck. I fell for it. Ha 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 ha.
The cleric's welcome comes behind the edge of a sentinel's blade. More often than not in this place. Makes me curious how you're still breathing. I suppose dangling the promise and the threat of death from the other. No, on second, not long now. I know they don't. There's salvation, but you won't find.
Who? Oh. shit. The fuck? It's like that thing from Silent Hill, but sexy, dude. Because it's a girl. Is that circle around the lock-on not like a stagger meter? I thought it was, but I guess not. See, that's where you can grow one. Let's see. Run a dog with the 5. I asked my dog what 2 minus... Wait, what's 2 minus 2? He said nothing. Oh my god. Because dogs can't talk. Haha. Die, bitch. Oh, fuck. I guess that guy's dead. What's your thoughts on that Synth and Kirsch fan art? I have no idea. Never seen it. check something real quick. Why is that not... Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Okay, there we go. You fell. Should trade Brett for Ricardo. Hell yeah, dude. Is that not an umbral roll? Okay, I was about to say, that looks like one. Damn, bro, these enemies are tanky now. Boopa maxing. Ew. Oh shit! I would not expect that fucker.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You doing Expedition 33? No, I'm not gonna play that anymore. I'm kind of done with it. Ooh, I almost didn't make that. Shit. Alright. Zendaya said Xbox Game Pass sucks, then it has to be true. The most beautiful woman to ever live could never tell a lie, dude. The rectum sword.
Another lamp bearer. Aye, so it goes. Should you end up one of the few to earn a vestige, I'll tend to it. For whatever it's worth. The hallowed sentinels and Rogar, but nothing like what that lamp... And remember, you look into the shadows.
Can you tell D'Angelo here he'll never be with Zendaya? Yeah, he's not a white twink. He'll never be with Zendaya. No, I can definitively say you will never be with Zendaya. Just like no one in this chat will be. Dude, I really need a bonfire, bro. I need to upgrade. Oh shit, I almost did it again. Oh, there's plenty of spots down here. Nice. Oh shit, you have a limited supply of the seeds? Did I hit a dead end? I guess so. I gotta go down. No idea what that did. Oh my god. Come on. Bro, what the fuck? Just gonna go crack this thing. I can't use it. Don't have any. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Damn it. Oh, well. Oh, there's... I need to find the fucking seeds or whatever, because this would be a lot easier if I could actually fucking have checkpoints, but, you know, I can't have nice things, I guess. I don't even know where the fuck I am at this point. Alright, well, that's probably good for tonight. We'll do videos and shit now. I guess you just go... Yeah, quit. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, though. Griffin, Trump has announced the criticism of Israel now makes you ineligible for U.S. citizenship. I don't think that's true. PK, you gotta come up with better bait, bro. Bait needs to be believable. Alright, I'll be back. Give me like a minute. Alright, I'm back, guys. Let's see. Let me get this set up and then... Oh, man. Jeez. Drag that over. We need the Doom stream with Griffin using a controller. Oh, God. Ew. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. That would not be good. All right. Wait a second. Hold on. 1 second here. Why is my sound not coming out? Huh. Alright, let me see if this works. I don't know why.
Returns with the...
Alright, yeah, I don't know why that wasn't coming through. Whatever. Must just be that tab. Ugh.
The third, it returns with the...
Alright. Let's see. Nero Redwood with the 5. My Souls-like fatigue was caused by the lack of quality with FromSoft after Dark Souls 3 and the abundance of Souls clones invading the action genre. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just don't really have like the motivation to try that hard at games. So usually I'll end up playing it. Like this game, for example. I might go back and play it again. I don't know. But generally speaking, if I have to like try a bunch of times to do something, I just lose interest in it. Generally speaking. I don't enjoy repetitive actions in games.
The third in a trilogy, this time a prequel with...
Oh, here, let's put it in full 4K quality.
It returns with the third in a trilogy, this time a prequel with Doom the Dark Ages. A longtime lineage of the first-person shooter genre. Over 30 years of id tech and a return to gritty, hard-hitting, visceral combat. This is the review for Doom the Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages is a culmination of the Doom 2016 game and Eternal, but all told from the origin story of the Doomslayer with a medieval-inspired set of weaponry. The visual graphic presentation of the Dark Ages is strikingly clear and colorful, mixing the ancient with the futuristic sci-fi. Cutscenes are visually detailed and tell a minimal story of the Slayer versus the forces of Hell.
Dude, why is this gameplay clip so fucking loud? Like, damn, bruh. Lower the volume a little bit.
Doom the Dark Ages relies heavily on the combination of melee, a Captain...
Yeah, but voice isn't as bad loud versus, like, blaring fucking guns and shit. So, it's not as, like, grating.
American-like shield, and mixed gunplay with combat dealing about 25% of your damage. Most of your killing power comes from a parry mechanic, and time blocks and shield bashing. This is all offset with the large Atlan mech levels,
Wait, is he playing with a controller and he played this on PC? Oh my god.
and flying segments with your dragon, which are also half mixed with on-foot combat. The novelty of the flying dragon is great for its time, but wears off fairly quickly. My first impression of Doom the Dark Ages was that it reminded me more of anything than the wonder and fun and excitement I had when I first played Transformers Cybertron and Bulletstorm's campaign back in the 2010s. The campaign will take you about 18 to 22 hours depending on how much you try to complete within each level. Long play sessions will make it very obvious that the moment-to-moment combat does a lot very well, but continues to repeat itself throughout the varied levels.
I don't believe this game's 18 hours. There's no way. I mean, this is either like the biggest fucking FPS campaign of all time, or he's just overbloating it for the review.
There is great satisfaction in finding secret areas and taking down mini bosses who will upgrade your ammo, your armor, and your health, and all of this used to level up your Doomslayer.
That's not a lot of blood, bro.
Doom the Dark Ages.
Like that little spurt? Is that what you're talking about?
Your armor
like
and your health, and all of this used to level up your Doomslayer.
Look, that's it.
Doom the Dark
Come
Ages
on,
feels
that's not a
punchy
lot
and
of blood.
visceral, and unlocking each
No
weapon
blood
ramps
right
up
there
the
either,
excitement of
barely.
creativity and combat. And my
should be like splattering all over the place. You should have like the effect of blood hitting your screen and stuff. I don't know, bro.
time with this prequel rounds out an excellent trilogy.
Yeah, the ground is red. That doesn't matter.
That I'm glad that id has returned to.
You don't look at the ground when you're bashing somebody's skull in.
To save you any spoilers and the joy of experiencing the game for yourself, I'm going to let the gameplay do the talking before I give my final score.
Like right there should have been a lot more blood. Doom 2016 had a shitload of blood. Like every time you punched a fucking demon, you know, that thing was like spurting everywhere. So they've toned down the gore and blood a little bit in this. Griffin gets off the gore. Yeah, dude, it's my favorite category of hentai. How'd you know? Hold on. Just for reference. I think, is this the name of the mission? Yeah, I think it is. I don't want the spider boss. I want the actual... Alright, let's see. Oh, this isn't what I'm thinking. Oh, I'm thinking of... Hold on, what game is it? Fuck, is it... Bro, I don't remember what game it is. Fuck. It's mixing in my head now. There's one where you, like, have the same animation where you pop the heart. You guys know what I'm talking about? That's what I was going to compare the animation to. I'm trying to think. No, it's definitely Doom 2016. It's definitely Doom 2016. But what level is it? Fuck, I can't remember. I don't think it's Super Gore Nest. Maybe it is. Damn, bro, lay off the Adderall, Jesus. God damn, bro. The one with the cyber demon? No, there's like one... Shit. I'll have to think about it. There's like an animation in one of the old Doom games where... You do this. You rip the heart out and then go... Like you squish it in your hand. I can't think of it. But it's like an actual interactive thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to waste a bunch of time on it. Well, it's not even how long you need to play the game to get on that level. You just have to have hotkeys in order to switch the weapons constantly. All you have to do is get used to switching weapons. Like, that's all that guy was doing, is just, you know, spamming cycle weapon, basically. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to trying out the Shredder thing. What's it called? Like the Skull Shredder, I think is what it's called. I'm not sure, but this thing looks really fucking fun. Like, imagine the unlimited ammo just running through all the missions, just blasting that thing constantly. Think of the possibilities. Stamped. Okay. Let's see.
I can't afford this shit.
Yeah, this is similar. Yeah. Something like that. Like when you crush the heart, it should like give you the power up, but it should also spray like blood every. I don't know, bro. I'm of the mentality that if you're gonna make Doom, you make that shit as like almost nauseating to look at as possible. Where it's like you're just like, fuck yeah, bro, all the time. I don't know, but yeah, I mean the gore and stuff is there. I just feel like it's toned down a little bit. I feel like it is toned down, especially from 2016. 2016 to me was the bloodiest of the three, but I still can't believe he's using a controller, even though he's playing this on PC, bro. Like, if you're gonna use a controller and you're the king XBOT, why not just review it on Xbox? Kind of dumb. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. Why did you say they toned down the gore? Because it looks like they toned down the gore. Looks as gory as the other two. Pretty excited for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, but it just looks like they toned down the blood and gore. So, I don't know what to tell you. The game still looks good. It's just something I noticed. And Renadog with the 2. A review with no talking, lol. Check his comments. We will. We will. I'll check it after the review. I mean, I don't mind. Like, honestly, I would almost rather just watch gameplay than listen to Colt talk. But, you know, that's personal preference. Yeah, like right there, I feel like that would be gorier in another Doom game. Like, it almost looks cartoony. Like, look. Maybe it's because Colt's rocking a potato rig like I have currently. So when I actually fire it up on my new budget build, you know, it'll look a lot better. But I don't know, it's just, like, maybe it needs, like, some splatter effects or something. I don't know, bro. There's just something that feels like it looks like all the blood is just going on the ground immediately. Like, it's not spraying up. will say I do like the enemy variety, though. It looks like there's actually a nice, like, new group of enemies to kill, which is nice. Because Doom Eternal did kind of feel a little recycled in that regard. And, like, all the new enemy types they added in Eternal were just kind of annoying. Like the fucking shitty-ass, like, robot demon that put up the shield. I don't remember what they're called. Then you had, what the fuck? The one that summons all the other ones? I don't remember that. Dude, I'm really bad with names on this type of shit, because, you know, I just shoot to kill. Yeah, the Archviles, yeah. And then also, you know, the Marauder, which, you know, I don't really think is the best in terms of pacing. It takes the gameplay down to a crawl. Like, it takes you... The thing I don't like about the Marauders is it takes you out of the driver's seat. Like, you know, instead of just going at your own pace, shooting everything, zipping around the arena, you know, you have to, like, stop and slow down and wait. And it's like, okay, well, this just completely killed my flow. I mean, yeah, you can use the fucking combo spam, but you still have to wait for that initial opening. This shit reminds me of Final Fantasy 16, though, with the kaiju battles. What is that annoying ass noise? Are y'all hearing that? I wonder if that's like his capture card or something. That. Hopefully that's not in the game and that's his like software or whatever. Yeah, that's really annoying. I don't like that noise at all. That's the armor noise? Ooh, yeah, this might have to go on mute again. Oh my god, yeah. Bro, that's terrible. Yeah, they need to change that noise. I can't believe no one in quality testing told them, like, yeah, that noise is fucking annoying. Nobody wants it to sound like their fucking headphones are shitting out while they're playing the game. That should have been a quality testing thing. Oh my god, yeah. That's the same sound from Eternal? I don't feel like it's that bad. I don't think it's that... Hold on. I may have to test that, because I don't believe it's that bad. I don't remember it sounding that jarring, but then again, I played the game on mute, so maybe it is. How can you even play a game on mute? You turn the volume all the way down in the settings, and then play the game.
Doom the Dark Ages gets an 8.5 out of 10. This is Colt Eastwood.
That's his review?
Thank you so much for checking out my review for Doom the Dark.
What? What fucking review? You didn't even do anything. Did you play it for 15 minutes and just say 8.5 out of 10? Thanks so much for watching.
Dark Ages, and special thanks to Bethesda and id for sending me the game early so I could play.
Bro, even Dreamcast guy gives fucking better reviews than this.
And I really enjoyed the game. I wanted to keep everything spoiler free, and all of the surprises of getting into the world is really up to you. And as far as the story goes, it's probably the lowest part of the game, as it doesn't really tell some compelling, incredible, memorable story, but still that gameplay really shines through, and I'm glad that Doom is back, and I can't wait for them to do
why don't you talk about the gameplay, Colt?
Something new, like bring Quake back. That should be the next thing. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified.
Dude, he's going to talk more about shilling his stupid fucking editing course than about the game. This is barely a review. There was a review. There shouldn't be so much gameplay with no voiceover in a review. I already know I want to play it. I want to hear more about your thoughts. Rush review, so put 15 minutes of gameplay. If I don't want to throw shade, but this isn't a review. If you guys want to watch an excellent review, IGN reviewer did an awesome job, which is surprising. Why? Because they gave it a high score. Skill Up will probably have a review soon as well. He's hit or missed, though, but so is IGN. I'll be playing this on my Xbox Series X through my 55-inch LG OLED C2 TV.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Should look and run awesome, like the previous two titles. Could have made 2 separate videos, one for gameplay clips, another for a review, or at least timestamp it. You mentioned bringing back Quake. How about Duke Nukem? That's not owned by them. Did you play this game? Yes, this is all my gameplay. Some parts look like Monster Energy drink commercial. Yeah, that is actually kind of accurate. Looks good. Quick time event. That's my worry, is with the parrying. But I'm going to adjust the slider to just make it completely fucking brain dead. I mean, shit, guys, maybe I have a new format for reviews now. Just literally upload 15 minutes of gameplay. So like, alright, guys, this is my review for Doom the Dark Ages. Cue the guitar riff. Now, instead of me talking, I'm just going to let the gameplay do the talking. 15 minutes later, I give this an 8.5 out of 10. Now let me shill my fucking online course on how to be a fucking video game e-celeb. Hell yeah, dude. The bright prompts and effects are disgusting. Yeah, I'm not really too big on that. I don't know, bro. There's just something so clean and pure about Doom 2016. You know? Call me a purist, but there's just really, like, something clean about it. But it's not clean in, like, the sense that it's, like, you know, neat looking. Because it's, like, bloody and gory. And it's, like, really, really over-the-top violence-wise. But it's just a pure experience. There's, like, no clutter. Everything's there for a reason. Nothing's over-the-top, flashy. It has a much better aesthetic, I feel like. Like, it just is a very clean game to look at. Yeah, the game has very little music. I miss Dealer, bro. He knew Xbox was finished. And now he was saying the, you know.
Skip it a button, faggot.
SP counters. Your mama smoked crack while you were inside. Your daddy licked your nipples or whatever the fuck. I don't remember what the fuck he said. That guy was such a fucking idiot. Dealer Gaming. Great review with quality in-game action. Yeah, this was a great review. Looks insane. Clicked off this review once I noticed the very early negative pattern towards the game. So tough for... Wait. And this is what they deal with, negative feed. What the fuck is this? So this guy's mad that Colt didn't just sit there and suck it off? Bro, how did... Hold on. How the fuck did he only get 7,000 views on a Doom review in a day? Dude, these Xbots don't even fucking care about their own video games. I'm telling you guys. Like, this is why Xbox is dying. The fucking Xbots don't even fucking care about the actual games that come to their platform. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. Only 7,000 views? Wow. And this is Xbox's big game for the year. Their biggest game probably this generation. At this rate. Like, damn, man. 7,000 views in over 24 hours. Wow. Yeah, when there's not a walking simulator, I guess nobody cares. Like, I don't know what his Hellblade
If you're an Xbox fan on console, PC, or Game
Let's
Pass,
see if he gets, like,
2025
views on reviews. Halo Infinite got 25,000. Indiana Jones, he got 56,000 on Indiana Jones, a game that nobody fucking cared about or played. Avowed got 50,000 views, a game nobody cared about and barely played. But Doom gets 7,000 views in one day. That's crazy, man. That's actually fucking crazy. Wow. Starfield, 100,000, that makes sense. Crackdown 3 got 100,000. Once Human got 20,000 views. Oh my god. Wow. The bots are not showing up for Doom the Dark Ages. No wonder why that was the last version of the collector's edition to sell out. They don't care about it. A fucking gory, brutal dude bro shooter is not of any interest to the bots. That's wild, man. That's wild. Yeah, but Mr. Matty is not necessarily just an Xbox channel. He's kind of diversified himself a pretty good amount. Colt, on the other hand, is literally just a bot, bro. He's literally just a bot channel, so... Let's see. So, Majora Jeff with a 5. Do these Xbox guys think that this Doom game is an Xbox exclusive, like it's their game? They thought that was the case when they first got Bethesda. And Activision, I should say. Yeah, both. They thought it was going to be. It's not anymore. And Raymond with the 2. Yeah, it's right here. And Regner with the 2 learned more about his course. Hold on, it just crashed on me. Of course, bro. Piece of shit. Let's see. Come on, hurry up. Fuck, bro. I learned more about his course than thoughts on Doom. Yeah, exactly. He had more to say about his shitty editing course than the actual video game. Which is crazy, man. You can't say... Like, if you can't come up with 12 minutes of commentary to talk about a fucking, 20-hour game that he's claiming. Like, what are you doing on YouTube at that point, bro? Like, you obviously don't care about games if you can't talk about a 20-hour game for 12 minutes. Like, when I try to make a short review, it ends up being 30 to 40 minutes because there's just, like, so much shit to cover if you've actually played the game from start to finish.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
And Nero Redwood with the 2, Eternal felt cluttered at times. Yeah, it had the visual vomit effect of like a lot of modern zoomer games, like Marvel Rivals, for example. Like all the bright and shiny colors flashing all the fucking time is like visual vomit to me. And this is like approaching that. So, I don't know. I need to try it for myself before I cast any like serious judgment, but yeah, it does look cluttered. It definitely does look cluttered. Will I review Doom? Yeah, I'll probably make a video on it. Eclipse with the 8 months. RIP Xbox. Switch to hype. I've begun investing. Nice, man. It's always a good idea to invest. Let's see how long this game actually is. Doom Dark Ages. Length. For players aiming to do 100% completion, 14 hours. There you go. It takes 14 hours to 100% it and 8 to 12 just to beat the campaign.
Gaming.
Only 22 levels. Okay. Only 22 levels is a stupid complaint. How many levels did Doom Eternal have? I don't think it was 22. How many did it have? 12. It had 12. So, oh no, it says 13. Okay. Why did it show 12 then? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Bro, those missions are not an hour long unless you're playing on like Ultra Nightmare or some shit. So it's like double the length of a typical game. I mean, I don't know how long the missions are, but I would assume they're of a similar structure. Ugh. Well, yeah, Ultra Nightmare is an hour long if you die. If you die, it'll be an hour long.
Exists of this game console, the Imperator, released in 2014, claimed to rival big names like PlayStation, but that couldn't be further from the truth.
Fuck.
And no, it wasn't made in China, but rather in Iran, where it was exclusively sold.
Alright, guys. Nature calls. I will be back. Let me find some music to put on real quick. Shit. Literally. Nature calls, man. Did Dreamcast guy review Doom or nah? I don't think he did. There we go. I am, bro. Nature calls, man. Real gamers wear diapers. No, they just literally cut a hole in their chair and then they don't have to worry about it. Then they get their mom to come empty the bucket. Alright, I'll be back.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, I'm back, guys. Damn. Jeez. Here, I saw this while I was scrolling. This is quite sad, man.
What's amazing to me is, and you just referenced him, Christopher Drain.
Right.
What's amazing to me is the journalists can say anything. And what's funny to me is you've got, I mean, I look at Windows Central and I love Jez. I love reading the stuff that he writes.
Right.
But sometimes I question myself. I'm like, dude, you're in the know, and yet you guys still continue to propagate these articles all this time. They never said every game was coming.
Right.
And you mentioned it earlier about the Trojan horse. Yeah, okay, we're not selling a lot of hardware. Okay, that's cool. The game is software. So we're going to put software here, and nobody is saying we're going to put software there forever. So, you know, all of these journalists need to be real careful about waking the sleeping giant, because that FTC thing that got dismissed this week, man, the last thing you want is a $3 trillion company now with no handcuffs out there able to make moves.
Well,
Be
that's
real careful.
That was the whole plan.
The cope is incredible, man. The cope is absolutely incredible. Oski Woski with the 2. I pray for your survival. Donate to Griffin today. That's right, man. I appreciate it.
Give me monies!
And Renadog with the 5. Alright, we'll take a look real quick.
Referenced him, Christopher.
Oh, it's the same video. Shit. Nice. Certain fans have always been making the same argument for decades, and it's like they never learn. Microsoft always been a powerhouse. How's that worked out for Xbox? Or Zune, Band, Skype, Bing, Bob, Groove, IE6, Kin, Lumia, Surface, Windows Phone, Mixer, etc. The reality is being a massive multi-trillion-dollar business doesn't prevent you from failures, mistakes, nor guarantee success in all areas. That and the sleeping giant woke up already, hence the slew of acquisitions including ZeniMax and ABK, later eclipsing anything else in gaming history. The issue is the giant also wants return on investment and margins, hence is now in the process of potentially transitioning Xbox to a multi-platform publisher strategy, has closed studios, Tango Gameworks, Arcane Austin, Alpha Dog, had massive gaming layoffs, etc. Fans might not necessarily like what they get when the said giant actually starts paying closer attention and being more stringent on ROI or growth. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who the guy is talking in this clip, but I believe the main guy is King David, whom I remember for the hilarious hold the line statement, aka maintain your lower standards. Exactly. I started my streaming career on Mixer. That's right, man. Absolutely. Bro, Ninja honestly got like the greatest deal ever in the history of streaming. He got paid like what, $40 million to stream on Mixer, and then within like 3 months they shut it down. Like that's gotta be the biggest finesse in all the fucking internet history when it comes to you know, I guess getting an exclusivity contract for streaming. You know, that's a classic
Microsoft
moment for sure. Yeah, I remember when they tried to push Skype on Xbox. It sucked. It kept popping up all the time. Alright, let me, XQC was not actually so the 100 million that XQC got is not exactly just 100 million, so yeah, it's a little more complicated than that, but it doesn't matter.
Even here, it was extremely hard to find. Inside the box, you'll find a racing wheel, webcam, cable, manual, and a DVD containing 9 games. So you're probably asking, where's the game console? Everyone refers to it as a console, and the TV commercial shows something, but in the end, they never finished it, and the games were ported to PC. The webcam is supposed to track the wheel and use it as game controls. That's nothing new, so what's so special about this one? Let's find out in the 9 games it came with. I tried to install the games, but one of the files requires a password and the other asks for a serial number. Nowhere, and I mean nowhere, is there a mention of a serial number. The person I bought this from couldn't even set it up, the company doesn't exist anymore, and there's no information online. Is there even an actual game, or is it like the console itself? To find out, I had to crack the game I bought and own. I hopelessly opened Cheat Engine, and to my surprise, the code for the serial mechanism is not only visible, but there are instructions on how it works as well. If you enter the correct key, the setup proceeds to the next page, and if not, it displays an error message. I removed the second part of the code and replaced it with the first one so I can proceed even by entering the wrong key. There's no way it's that easy, but that actually worked. Legitimate users can't get past this anti-piracy measure, and yet you can bypass it with zero coding experience. Who'd want to pirate this shit anyways? After 9 years, I'm the only person uploading it to the internet. Go check it out if you think I'm making this up. After the setup finishes, the game automatically opens up to a massive array, which I lowered in the video. Before playing, you can test the webcam and the wheel. The webcam uses the pattern printed behind the wheel and calculates its rotation over 3 axes. So yeah, the wheel is just a useless piece of plastic. Couldn't they use an accelerometer like the Wii that came 8 years before it? And the webcam is even worse. Just look at this quality. Even the instruction video and the box itself are showing different webcams. But listen.
Guy doesn't have to work again unless he wants to now. GG, micro. Yeah, exactly. Well, Ninja was already making millions of dollars a month at that point, but yeah, still.
See how it plays out in the actual games. The first game on the list is called The Car. It features 9 of them, along with 4 tracks. This is my first time playing. At first, the wheel seems to work fine, and then it doesn't. It's extremely inconsistent and the car only turns whenever it wants to. Even when it works, there's like half a second of delay. The webcam is horrible when it comes to fast movements and quickly loses track of the pattern. On top of that, you have no control over throttle or brakes. If you get stuck, you have to restart. I don't even know how good the game is because I'm still struggling with the controls. You have to keep the pattern inside the webcam's tiny field of view for it to be registered, which is really difficult since the wheel isn't mounted. This circle is present in every game to make aligning the wheel easier, which you have to do a lot. You have to focus both on the gameplay and on the pattern not moving out of the circle. Even if you get it right, this is no fun. You need brakes.
This is Iranian technology at its finest.
Less input delay, ability to do quick corrections, larger webcam FOV, and just being able to properly turn. You can do none of these. The car is undrivable with the wheel, period. But maybe the next game is better. It's called Mirrors, and that's what it is, just a mirror with different video effects. This is something you do on a phone. Why put it on a game console? You can't even take pictures. What's the point? The best thing to come out of it is this meme-worthy screenshot laughing at your life decisions. Let's move on. The third game is actually the best one. It's River Raid from Atari. Yep, a game made 40 years ago is actually more enjoyable than anything else here. They copy-pasted the whole game and made it even worse. The river can now randomly end without any indication at the beginning. The level designer is literally trolling you. They even had the audacity to replace Activision with their own company's name. Playing it with the Emperor wheel is just as unresponsive and inconsistent as the car game. This time, however, you can shoot by rotating the wheel forward. Couldn't they do this to the car for braking? Moving on. The fourth game doesn't work. It requires you to move the pattern further away from the webcam, and when you do, it becomes unrecognizable because the picture quality is just so bad. You need lots of light for it to be barely picked up, and even then it's unplayable. This is the worst way of teaching colors to kids. So on to the fifth game, where the goal is to use blocks to build a tower as high as possible without it falling apart. It's a simple concept, but this is something you'd play on a phone or as a flash game. The sixth game is called The Ship in Darkness. You're supposed to dodge enemy ships that come from either right, center, or the left of the screen. However,
now that is what Tommy Tellerico should have gotten in on. Exactly, man. This could have been, you know, maybe this was his inspiration for the Amico.
The screen eventually...
I wonder if that thing is ever going to come out. Probably not. I mean, I know people got sent demo units, so it's probably like super valuable nowadays if they still have them.
Turns black and you have to use the stereo speakers to tell where the next enemy ship is coming from. So yeah, this is a game with no graphics or visuals, just sound and a black screen. At least there's less ear rape in this game. The seventh game is probably the nicest looking, but as for gameplay, you're just picking up balls that match the color of your ship. You pick up fruits to recharge the ship, and junk food lowers your energy? I don't care if you want to educate kids, that makes no sense. I don't have enough balls to play this game any further, so on to the eighth game.
So they renamed the company to Amico Entertainment. And when you open the website, I just did, it takes you to it gives you a thing that says, would you like to go to Atari or to the Amico site? They're still selling the game. What the hell? Pre-order from Intellivision. You can still pre-order the console, bro. What the fuck? They're still trying to fleece people. You can buy merch. Oh boy. And then I was gonna see if you could buy the games. Click here to purchase. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you can still order the games. Boxed edition games that are available on Amico Home are eligible for free Google Play Store download code. Get your code by registering your boxed edition at amico.club. Interesting. So, what is Amico Home? Oh, it's the, what the fuck? Yeah, so there's a Google Play app called Amico Home, and you can play the games on there. But I don't think it's for iOS. It's only for Android. Interesting.
Game, and I'm only going to show still images because it can actually cause motion sickness. The goal is to rotate the level and guide this ball through a hole. It's another mobile game containing 18 levels that are super easy. The biggest problem, however, is that it's so disorienting, it causes headaches within 10 minutes. I never experienced anything like this with any video game. It's like reading a book in a moving car, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't mention it if it wasn't for the fact that these games were approved by the Ministry of Health. Video games were seen as dangerous back then, and they still proceed to approve one without even playing it. They clearly didn't even test it. How did it win awards? The final game is Ring and Wire, which shouldn't have been made into a video game. Not only you can't move the camera, but the depth perception is just not there on a 2D screen. As per every game, the controls are terrible on the wheel and I'm using keyboard for the most part. Yeah, first it was a game console, then it became webcam games, and now it's just games. At this rate, you might as well not call them games. You just wasted 2 weeks worth of minimum wage on nothing. It's a scam. Even in the TV advertisement they're using a keyboard. The steering doesn't match, the kid is just acting. I wonder where they learned that from. But anyways, the car game becomes playable with keyboard since you can accelerate and brake using the arrow keys. Once you get rid of the horrible controls, you start to notice how awful the game is. First of all, the car and track used in the cover are cut from the game, and all you do is collect company logos before the timer runs out. The cars have lots of grip and are extremely easy to drive. They would have provided no challenge if it wasn't for the inconsistent and glitchy physics. The optimization is just as bad, and the camera is even worse. It takes way too long to follow the car, and the sense of speed is non-existent. The problems in this game can fill another video, so I'll end it here. And that's everything the Imperator had to offer, from the console that never existed and defective DRM, to impractical controls and headache-inducing games. The best thing about it was a game ripped off from a console 6 generations before it. I don't think you can go lower than this, so what really went wrong? Given how little information there is about it, we had no answers.
I love how the Iranians felt it important to train, you know, their children how to fucking take down planes and shit.
What really went wrong? Given how little information there is about it, we had no answers. Until the original creator did an interview 5 months ago. At first, the main issue seems to be money. They had no investors prior to the console's release, only around $9,000 from the government, of which they ended up receiving half. A budget only enough for simple games, but that doesn't excuse it because the main idea was outdated in the first place. They wanted to get kids away from the screen and involve physical movement, like Kinect, or Wii, PlayStation Move, or any actual racing wheel. They did nothing to innovate or improve. Sony's PlayStation 2 EyeToy came 10 years before, and the games on it were actually decent, especially for a first attempt at webcam games. Both devices had the same cost. The Imperator has no excuse to be inferior in every way despite being much newer. They even wanted to make a second version with more games. Why? When the console was finished, they finally found an investor. It was a publishing company called The Imperator. That's how it got its name. Their website is called Imperator Japan, but it was an Iranian company importing outdated Chinese consoles, and along with deceptive marketing, it explains why this one mistakenly became known as a game console. Both the Imperator company and the actual creators of the console eventually closed offices and the website is no longer up. So I bought it. For the first time in 9 years, these abominations of games can now be downloaded from this website. Hopefully we can learn from it and never make the same mistake ever again. But we didn't. We took that mistake and made it even worse just a year later. Next time, we're gonna see what happens when a government-backed studio makes a game with propaganda added on top.
Not propaganda. Soulja Boy console was fire. I agree, man. Alright, I do not know if we're going to watch this entire thing. We'll see how this goes. Dustborn? Yeah, exactly. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. How likely is a Smash Ultimate Switch 2 edition? I would say pretty unlikely, but I would imagine it's probably going to get a patch or something, but I don't know if it's going to get like a Switch 2 version, because I think they're going to make another Smash Bros. but it may take some time.
On Twitter. What's going on? Apparently, a YouTuber is having a conversation with someone who I think is an audience member of the VG5 School channel, and they're talking about the $800 value of a PC versus the PlayStation 5 Pro. Now, this stuff I really like to do. I enjoy jumping into the PC component shopping, looking at prices, and doing PC part picker stuff these days before I even kind of enjoy PC part picker.
Out of stock.
I'd already been doing this for a while, watching YouTube videos and such. So what did I get tagged in? And this was like a few days ago, guys. So I've been wanting to make this video, but I wanted to take some time. Detective Seeds said, I would go buy a PS5 Pro if you have not already. This user of ours, user who's an audience member of the channel said, no, I'm fine. I'm over here with my PC. The better value will last way longer, and I can upgrade whenever I want to, not when someone wants me to. Detective Seeds replied and said, an $800 PC cannot get you to PS5 Pro performance. Then he said, Linus tried and was not able to pull it off. He was well over $1,000 to try and get close. Now, I watched that Linus Tech video that time he released it, and I said, he's basically ruined the entire argument. Because one thing that he did was he went ahead and invested more money in memory, in storage, than was necessary. Because he was looking at a...
What? How is it more than necessary? You're trying to match the PS5 Pro.
Performance thing. And instead of harnessing on performance and saying perhaps the other pieces in terms of functionality, like the 2 TB drive, you won't be able to go ahead and leverage, he put that money into 2 TB and then shorted the build of possible performance increases. Now, here's the crazy thing. I didn't really...
But if you're buying a PS5 Pro, you're getting 2 terabytes of storage and a controller. If you're building a PC, you have to factor that into the price. Because if you're trying to match the offering of the PlayStation 5 Pro, you have to at least tie with its specifications and what it includes.
Really bothered because I'd already made a build previously to the PS5 Pro's release that could be the PS5. I made the build for about $650. I have a document actually where the history of this build has been evolving and has been showing the different components and putting them together on a Google Doc. As of today, I have upgraded that PC from the $650 build, which previously used a Ryzen 5 5500 CPU and a RX 6750 XT, to now using a 5800 X3D CPU and using all of the different components, and that build is infinitely better than a PlayStation 5 Pro, and the cost so far, with the major components and the options that you can get in terms of the case and all the above, puts you around $857. Now, what's crazy here is this particular build that, I finally put at this point is very interesting. Now, give or take, I say $850.
Dude, what piece of shit power supply and RAM are you getting for $30 and $50? Like, come on, bro. You're just building a shitter. Like a literal shitter build.
Because there's
every single component in that computer is going to have to be swapped out.
Component that is here that also has some variability. So the build, let me show you exactly what I mean when I say variability. The build is going to show you something very interesting at the end of the day. I have a water cooler on this CPU. You can use an air cooler of any kind, and the air cooler will probably cost you somewhere around an extra $30. However, or anywhere from $30 to all the way to $140 if you want it, actually, because the variation is actually here. And that cooling solution at the end of the day is all up to you. So I'm going to put an arbitrary number here in terms of the cooling solution that you probably wanting to use, and that number will probably be maybe like another $50 or $60. And so that puts us at maybe like $917. Don't worry, you'll get your money back. You'll see exactly what I mean at the end of the day. I just threw a big cooling solution in there. If we wanted to look at maybe PC components, for instance, let's go to PC Part Picker. Let's look at products and let's see if we can find CPU coolers. You're going to see exactly what I mean. There's variation all the way from $34. In fact, Cooler Master Hyper 212, I'm going to take this one and put it at $30. Actually, I'm not going to do 90 here. I'm going to do 60. I took this number. Let me Control Z. Okay, so let's do 60 here. So we're at 887 at the end of the day. That's basically the difference, because when I use the CPU here, the one that cost me $89, I hope you guys pay attention, it came with its own cooler. But when I got this CPU required that you go get your own cooling solution at the end of the day. Now to the build. What can this build do? Well, anything you wanted to do on the budget that you're basically buying it for. The RAM in the memory is around 16 gigs of RAM. The CPU is a 5800 X3D. I bought this 5800 X3D at GameStop. I walked in.
5800 3D.
And I looked and they had like a little glass case with some computer components, and I was like, what is that thing there? And I've been wanting one of this, so I went ahead and got it. I thought it would be good to do an upgrade after that build had been done. It's a killer CPU. It's the best gaming CPU in the AM4 platform. It's old school because AM5 just nuked it out of orbit, but it's okay. AM5 is eventually going to scale down in price, which would even make it better at the end of the console generation to then buy you something that the next console will never be able to keep up with. Because next console, they give you even this performance in the next console, they're going to charge you like $1,200, $1,300. I hope you know that. And then you have your GPU, the 6750 XT. Inside of the PlayStation 5, the GPU is comparable.
How much is that actually? AMD... I don't trust his pricing, personally. 67. Most of these guys lie. So if you want this GPU, it is... Let's see. No, that's not it. The fuck is that? They're giving me the wrong CPUs. Or not CPUs, GPUs. Compare pricing, visit site. It is sold out. So what is it on eBay? AMD 6750 XT. Let's see how much it is new. We're not doing pre-owned. It's the biggest cop-out ever. Sold. Even pre-owned, they're $400. Even pre-owned, they're $400. $500 brand new. Yeah. Like I said, I don't trust these fuckers for a second, bro. I don't trust these fuckers for a second. They lie. They just fucking get up there and lie constantly. $400 pre-owned.
To a 6700 non-XT, or you can say 6700 XT. If you look at say maybe the PS5 Pro, some say it's a 6800, some say it's the the 6700 XT level of clock speeds and so on and so forth. But that's probably not necessarily the most comprehensive thing yet. So a game that I think will probably showcase what this particular thing.
What was the CPU? Let's check that as well. 5800 X3D. Let's see how much that is. AMD 5800 X3D. That is... Amazon sells it. Let's see. All buying options. It's out of stock. Used for $600. The hell? How much does it sell for pre-owned? $350. $350. Dude, this guy is such a lying sack of shit. Holy fuck, bro. And that's from China. It's like $400 if you buy it from the US. What a lying sack of shit. Just the GPU and CPU alone are $800 fucking dollars pre-owned. Not even new. Yeah, fuck right off, bro. This is why I can't stand these fuckers. They just lie. They fucking lie. Like, it's just idiotic. You're gonna sell people on this fucking false reality. It's so misleading, bro. I don't like it. Holy shit, man.
Able to keep up with. Because next console, they give you even this performance in the next console, they're going to charge you like $1,200, $1,300. I hope you know that. And then you have your GPU, the 6750 XT. Inside of the PlayStation 5, the GPU is comparable to a 6700 non-XT. Or you can say 6700 XT. If you look at, say, maybe the PS5 Pro, some say it's a 6800, some say it's the, the 6700 XT level of clock speeds and so on and so forth. But that's probably not necessarily the most comprehensive thing yet. So a game that I think will probably showcase what this particular thing can do. I was going to use Horizon Forbidden West. Let's go ahead and
yeah, what is this, like a $1,200 computer at this point? I would hope it does better than the PS5 Pro.
And keep reading.
It's almost double the price. You could have actually gotten a good computer for $1,200.
Thread that was shown where they were having a conversation and where I got tagged while the game boots up. So, dude, let's go ahead and let's keep reading that thread that was shown.
$267. Absolutely fucking not, bro. All the last solds on eBay literally sold May 10th, 2025, which is yesterday, or I guess like hours ago. One sold for $350 plus $10 shipping. A new one sold for $570. Another one sold for $360. Yeah, $355. $355. $350. $350. Yeah, bullshit, bro. Like, this is what I mean. These fuckers just sit here and will lie to your face.
Wait, we're having a conversation.
When was this video uploaded? 9 hours ago. So this fucker couldn't even be bothered to check eBay to see when something was last sold. Yeah, disingenuous as fuck, man.
Where I got tagged while the game boots up. So the user said, where's the person who tagged me? Somebody tagged me here. That's why I actually got drawn into the conversation. They said VG has been able to do, beat the PlayStation 5 for around, $650, and that's why I got dragged into the conversation. And I was like, why do I have a notification? All right, here it is. So our Clever Zone said, nah, I don't trust Linus with some videos. An $800 PC can definitely get you good performance. Sure, you won't get a 49 or 700 XTX. We shouldn't even be mentioning these things close to a PlayStation 5 or a Series X or a PlayStation 5 Pro. These things are rendering machines. I mean, you can literally create, if you use, virtualization, you can create multiple gaming PCs out of a build with a 4090. You can allocate your VRAM across the board. The thing's got 24 gigs of VRAM. If say you wanted to create a session for 3 people, you could do it. You could virtualize 3 computers with a 4090 on there. So that's why I say we shouldn't be mentioning that in the same conversation. If you get what I mean. And then but you get something solid. And then it said, VG5 was able to build a PC for that price of the Pro. So Detective C said, happy to be wrong. I'm not a PC specs guy, but I saw the video and he was not able to do it. Is there another video out there also? Is it just the rig or does it include monitor etc with it? Now the whole talk about the monitor and everything, y'all do know that you can connect your PC to a TV, right? Because this PC that I'm actually showing you guys is my living room build. It comes in an old school case that I've used.
You gonna buy a keyboard and mouse and a controller too, or is that just magically gonna appear?
for years, the DIY keyboard R that I bought for somewhere around $50, $60, and till this day, I am still rocking that particular build. Let me show you guys. And I have it literally sitting in a...
You gonna get the keyboard and mouse to just materialize out of thin air along with the controller?
Small corner in my living room. Hold on. And it's pinned on my Twitter page. This is literally the case. It's got my Elgato, tail. Let me show you guys. And I have it literally sitting in a small corner in my living
Of course, he's a whatever Alex fan.
room. Hold on. And it's pinned on my Twitter page. This is literally the case. It's got my Elgato, tag, and as the kids put some, stickers for me on there, and I've modified it over time. If you notice, you look very closely.
Bro, these guys couldn't touch my budget build. Oh, look, he keeps... Bro, he keeps his fucking cum rag fucking things right next to the computer. Holy shit.
The cooler, this is what PC people.
Where's the bottle of lotion?
The cooler is that AMD's Wraith cooler, the one that comes with, that came with the 3900X and 3950. I don't know if it came with the 3950X, but it came with the 3900X, and that's the cooler I was using at the time. But I'm not using a water cooled solution because for some reason I don't like the Wraith cooler because there's something it does. It's weird. Anyways, Hyper 212, which is the one that I recommended, is a solid cooler. I use that one actually for my 3900 build, so you can take it to the bank. I have a 5-star review if you want it, and I'm giving you a 5-star review for that one. And he said,
yeah, bro, it really genuinely pisses me off when people will sit here and lie to your fucking face, like genuinely. Like, this whole notion of building a fucking $400 computer is the most retarded shit ever. Save your money up. Buy an actual good PC with good specs that you're not going to have to swap out all the parts 2 to 3 years later at the latest because either something fails or something becomes insanely out of date. Like,
there are videos out there and he told them.
That's basically just false economy. You're wasting money to spend more money later.
All that, and he says, basically, if you look at the chips, you see what the comparisons are, and so on and so forth. But to the crux of the matter, for $850, $900, whatever it is, I mean, we're not at 1K by any means. There's no way I will tell you to go do 1K and then say, oh, well, you see the PS5 Pro. PS5 Pro
you are easily at 1K. For a, what is it? Let's see. How much is a 2 terabyte SSD? As cheap as it gets. That's compatible with PS5. Let's see. PS5 2 terabyte SSD. Let's see the absolute cheapest one on Best Buy. So the cheapest 2 terabyte looks like it is... That does not look like it works with the PS5. Okay, that's 1 terabyte. So it looks like 179 is as cheap as it gets for a PS5 compatible 2 terabyte SSD off of Best Buy. Or nope, I take that back. 164. Oh no, there we go. There's one that's $60 off. So 135. There we go. So 135. Let's just do the quick maths real quick. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that you can buy all this shit pre-owned, which is not comparable to buying something brand new, but whatever. So let's say 360 for the CPU, which is right. What was it? 400 for the GPU plus 135 for the SSD. You're already at $895. Then, you got to add on the RAM, the CPU cooler, the power supply, the motherboard, the case, the keyboard, the mouse. You have to get a controller, and then you've matched the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Gaming.
I don't see the point in lying, man. It's just very, very deceptive.
$1,000. Plus, the build that I have together is going to smoke the PS5 Pro simply because of the sheer magnitude of its capabilities CPU-wise.
Yeah, because you're spending like almost double the price of the PS5 Pro, but you're still getting a shitter build.
PS5 Pro will never touch it. I mean, this is something that I'm sure should be known by now, because if you look at Digital Foundry's video where they actually show you the Series X kit, they also show you the PlayStation 5 kit, which is very interesting because the kits are basically these components.
Get a PC if you want. Just don't lie. Don't lie about it. Consoles are the better value for your money. If you want to talk about pure gaming, a console is the best deal you will find when it comes to just a gaming machine that plays video games. Computers are not designed to be budget options. They are meant to exceed console, and therefore the price reflects that. I don't understand what this like obsession is with trying to lower a computer to a console standard. It completely defeats the entire purpose. You might as well just buy a console at that point.
Components that are the basis of the PlayStation 5 and the Series X console. They use the Series X kits basically to pretty much sell these computers, basically make computers out of them. And then once they made the computers out of them, they then sold them in the common market, but only sold them in China. And this was pretty much the basis for where they were able to go ahead and get us a view of what is inside and the comparable hardware in the PlayStation 5 and the Series X, as shown right here. Okay?
Yeah, but the thing is when they built those computers, their specs weren't lower than the current console. It's just most people have old-ass computers.
So we know what hardware is in here, and 4800S is the PS5, and 4700S is the PS5, and 4800S is the Series X. Let me show you right here. Now, AMD's nomenclature already tells you that as you start going up, 4700, 4800 now with unified memory, but the next best thing will probably be in the 5000 series, and this is where you kind of start going and saying, okay, plus, again, capability, 3D V-cache, all of those things are going to pretty much, render for better performance and kind of get you where you need to go, if you understand what I mean. So we got Ryzen 4 West over here. I'm going to go ahead and continue my game, and I'm running in the opening area here, and my settings, I think, are, last time I actually set it all up, my settings were maxed out, and you're going to basically be able to go ahead and see what the performance looks like. Let's go ahead and take that into account. So here, the settings are very high. All the settings and the very high goes very low. If you notice the difference, you see that? You see the preview that it shows you how much of the texture detail you're going to be missing. So very low, then you go to low, which, you see the filtering and all of that level of detail here is low. The cinematic detail is all on performance. They're trying to get you the best performance ever. Medium also improves the quality. If I stayed on medium, which my guess is because the console version has access to checkerboard rendering and dynamic, resolution scaling, which I've turned off actually in this particular instance. Let's go ahead and make sure. So refresh rate is 60. I turned off dynamic resolution scaling, right? So I'm not playing it like the console version, of which I could, or we could use FSR or whatever it is, which I turned off FSR at the beginning of things, but I'm going to turn it off here. Then you also have, let's go back to the graphic settings and go back to the main, and then let's go to high settings, which then shows you the difference. So you see the difference in level of detail between medium and high. And so I think that here is the sweet spot, but you can push to about here because of the GPU. The GPU is a 6750 XT. It's a good 1440 GPU. You can do a really good job. But then as you start spending more and more of your money in terms of VRAM, you're going to see the reason why, high is probably better, because not only are you looking at the texture detail, you're looking at shadows and all of that. But even if we go with the very high, which would be ultra in, other cases, you see that level of detail is actually beautiful. You realize also that, you're not having any stutters, any problem. Gorilla is insane in their development. Game looks phenomenal at the end of the day, and you're playing beyond the reach of a console. Now, there's open world applications and all of that stuff, but again, for $850 or thereabout, you've already smoked the PS.
Yeah, bro, for $850, you're getting the CPU and the GPU and nothing else. Stop lying, please.
5 Pro proposition. Now, let's go ahead and address a few things.
This is a complete myth.
Well, you got a deal. You walk into GameStop and you were able to go ahead.
This is a complete fucking myth. We just price checked this shit. Where are you getting these components for half the price of market value?
And find, this particular CPU, and, no one can even find a CPU anymore, blah, blah, blah. And to that I say that's fair. However, here's the thing. PlayStation was able to go ahead and, haggle and, negotiate cost of its components with its different manufacturers to be able to get the very best deal. So why can't I do that? I mean, am I disallowed from doing that? I'm not. And I'm not even talking about even used items in this case. Everything here, in terms of my, little chart that I put together, is based on brand new components, by the way. I do have my...
No, it's not. No, it is not. You cannot buy that GPU and CPU new. And if you do, you're paying $500 for the CPU. You are lying.
Receipts for this particular device, the CPU, I have my receipt for the GPU. The case, we can look up cases because I don't have the receipt for this case anymore. I bought it all the way back in 2017. So again, I've been using this build.
I bought it back in 20. Guess what year it is, buddy? Guess what fucking year it is? It's not 2017, bro. It's fucking 2025. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just pretend that there wasn't a massive spike in component pricing post 2020. Let's use 2017 pricing. That's a great idea, man.
Or this case for a minute to basically house multiple builds.
This is fucking just absolute insanity. This is the mind of an XBOT, bro. Just completely fucking mind fucked. They don't have a thought process anymore. Like, they're just completely mind raped by Microsoft. This shit's sad, man.
The power supply, around $50 should get you a good 700-watt power supply, which should basically run the combination if you want. I mean, let's go ahead and look at that Thermaltake. There's a little Thermaltake version that they make that gets the job done. The RAM, I put that at 60, but that's because I'm assessing the cost of your cooler. I guess I should go ahead and basically put the cost of the cooler here. So RAM is around, RAM is cheap. It was about $30-ish at the time I was building, or $35. And then the cooler itself, we just looked at the cooler Hyper 212, and that was, $29.99, $30. And it's a good cooler. Okay, just putting all the components.
No, it's not. Come on, bro. It's a piece of shit. It's $20 fucking. It's a piece of shit.
And the pieces in front of you. So again, if you say that, we got a deal. In this case, this is all market MSRP. I mean, the GPU, I bought it before the PS5 Pro came out, and I was making these videos, basically begging and telling everybody, I hope you might want to go ahead and, pay attention to what's going on, because, when the new consoles come into play, it's going to look like ABCDEFG, and some people were, trying to drag me in the comment section and tell me all kinds of nonsense, because I said that the PlayStation 5 Pro was a scam. And by the way, we're playing at 1080. We're leveraging 1080 at the best possible settings. We'll do some more testing where we'll leverage 1440 and push this thing to see what it's going to do at 1440. So this is Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. Let's go ahead and get some full screen here. Everything is high. It's what it's giving me as a natural, set of settings. Let's see what it does. Upscaling, it comes with upscaling. Resolution scaling, though, you can turn that off, which I usually enjoy keeping that off. Dynamic resolution scaling is off. Performance metrics, let's go ahead and do this. Ooh, I love this. I did not know that this was it was in Indiana Jones. It shows you all of your stuff. RT is on. Let's get RT off. I need RT to be off. I'm here for the rendering, high contrast mode, graphic settings. Where's my ray tracing? I need to turn my ray tracing off to ensure that I can get I can leverage the best raster performance on an AMD Zen RDNA 2 device. I can't seem to find the RT settings. I remember messing with them.
Yeah, but doesn't the console version have ray tracing? Why are you turning it off? You're supposed to be beating the console performance
when I played it on my NVIDIA device. But hey, you know what? One thing I wanted to look at is the advanced video settings.
This is supposed to stomp the console, bro. Turn ray tracing on. Turn it on, dude.
Vegetation quality is set to ultra by default. Now, I'm of the mind that I want to move that down a little bit, and it basically flickers my, if you notice, it'll flicker the frame time and frame rates, but that's also something that I don't think it really does.
Oh, man.
Does have too much in terms of a
yeah,
resource,
I'm pretty sure the Series
X
has ray tracing for this game.
You understand what I mean? So let's go ahead and we'll fire up a new game because that first piece, this is an indoor area. I mean, this area is not really going to give you what I think is a strong, perspective.
Dude, this is an absolute fucking fantasy.
What's going on? And then we'll play that initial area that has all of that, vegetation and everything that's there. So let's go ahead and do that. Moderate. I don't know, I'm just firing some settings. Let's go ahead and fire the game brand new, just right off the bat. So already high settings. You're seeing the performance, the frame rates are, in my opinion, just insane. And this is it. Native 1080p, blowing past 70 FPS. And this is a 60 hertz monitor. Okay, so what the FPS counter is doing is saying, yeah, we have more frames for you should you be able to render it. And so if I bring my high refresh rate monitor here, which I should, I didn't, but I'm just working on 60 FPS to see how we capture everything, in terms of this. So here we are in this huge thick vegetation area. We are running at 60 FPS, right? We can go back to Giza, or the place that we were just now. I should say multiple slots. I should basically create multiple save slots in that playthrough that I'm already on. I'm already in that playthrough. I'm still at the pyramids. I was enjoying the game before I got to this one boss that kind of annoyed the heck out of me. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to spoil it for some of you, but the game has been out for a while, man. It's now out too everywhere. Early access was on Xbox for months, and then they finally brought the game to PlayStation. But again, $850 or whatever it is you are paying, depending on how you optimize your costs, and you are way beyond what the PlayStation 5 Pro can actually provide. If you haggle and do a little bit of pushing here and there, you now realize that this build that was designed to originally beat the PlayStation 5...
If you do some haggling, bro, you're not going to be able to haggle market price. If I can sell something multiple times a day on eBay for $350, what person in their right fucking mind would give it to you for half that price? No one. No sane human being would give you a 50% discount on components that are selling multiple times a day at full market price. This is idiotic as shit, man. Completely idiotic.
Can now be transformed for a small fee, right? To decimate the PS5 Pro and still has opportunity as time goes on. This is the thing that they don't tell you about PC gaming is you start somewhere and then you continue to build. So if you want to watch the video where I first put the build together,
so you're going to spend even more money. Holy shit, bro.
Some metrics on some games like my favorite games, Gotham Knights and so on and so forth. You can definitely check that video out on the channel. Just look up PS5 Killer.
Some of my favorite games uses Gotham Knights as an example.
Gaming.
My lord. Holy fuck, man.
Link it here in the comment section for you or in the description or whatever it is so that you can go ahead and take a look at it yourself. But I strongly believe that a lot of the conversations out here really need a little bit more.
PC gaming is superior and more affordable than console gaming. Being animated about the guy and giving real prices doesn't make him wrong. And you right. Yes, it fucking does, you absolute retard. It absolutely does make me correct. If he's out here saying that he can build this computer for $850 to compete with the PS5 Pro, and he's completely making up bullshit prices from 7 fucking years ago, he's wrong. He is absolutely objectively fucking wrong. And that's used. That's not even new pricing. You're not buying a used PS5 Pro for $700. You're buying a brand new one. So you're going to have to put together a bunch of shitty pre-owned PC parts that who the fuck knows what's wrong with it. You're going to be paying way more than he's estimating. His estimate, or his parts, come out to $895 for just the GPU, CPU, and SSD alone. Then you have to buy a motherboard, you have to buy a case, you have to buy the RAM, you have to buy the power supply, you have to buy the keyboard, you have to buy the mouse, and you have to buy the controller to play the fucking games on. So don't fucking come at me and say that it doesn't make you right and him wrong. Yes, it fucking does. He is stating that he can build a computer for a make-believe fairy tale price that doesn't fucking exist in today's market. He is lying. Objectively, provably so. Go on any pre-owned PC parts site and look at what the last sold prices are for that GPU and CPU. If it's selling on eBay multiple times a day for $360, it's not a $200 CPU anymore. It's a near $400 pre-owned CPU. So don't fucking come at me with your bullshit. Don't even fucking try me. Because men lie, women lie, numbers don't fucking lie, bitch. Get that ass banned. You can have your 5 minutes. Goodbye.
In terms of assessment. Now, don't get me wrong. There are places that are going to chew this particular, FPS out. Like, it's going to make the FPS kind of sink a little bit, but my buffer is insane. I'm at 13 milliseconds in my frame time. Man, can everybody put a thing like this inside their game? ID Soft, shout out to you. Goodness. So let's go ahead and, possibly take a look at one more title. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at one more title here. Quick game. And I think what I want to do is I'm going to look at, say, if I have access to Gotham Knights on here, I'll take a look at it because I play that game a lot. Like, again, you got to think about the games that you play. And I usually start these videos with, like, Gotham Knights or whatever it is, but this is an Unreal Engine 4 game that was put out here, and it never landed on its best foot, if you get what I mean. It was kind of weird to see Gotham Knights actually, go that route when it came down to it. Hold on. There we go. It was kind of interesting to see Gotham Knights on coming out on that, on that kind of foot, and it was just at the end of the day kind of strange, if you get what I mean. But then the developers did their job; they worked really hard, and they were able to go ahead and patch, the game in a way that it runs phenomenally if you think about it. And so what I'm doing here is I'm running these 1080 metrics so that you can already see exactly where this game is pretty much sitting, in terms of where it is right now. There's no question that if you are looking for building a PC and thinking about the components, and if you're going to have performance like a console, regardless of the market, there are so many opportunities, and we haven't even gone to the used market. If we go to the used market, we're going to dial this cost.
Bro, I just don't understand what alternate reality these fucks live in. It's crazy to me. Like, they're just misleading, lying fucking sacks of shit. So, genuine disinformation merchants.
Down so hard and gain more in terms of performance, you won't recognize a console anymore. And it's this multi-skewed, I would say village that PC has that puts the PC in a very interesting spot. When you think about it, we have so many components. AMD will release in every generation and sub-generation. They'll release multiple, SKUs to go ahead and leverage all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? They want to get different customer, users and stuff. And this is not even this computer at its, this is not this PC at its, how you call it? It's not the PC at its best or optimal use. Right now, it's just fully locked at 60 FPS. But again, it doesn't seem like it's interested in going anywhere in terms of the frame rate. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go. Under the bridge fighting. You're going to fight so much here, man. These quarter valves don't listen. Dodge. Look at your frame time. 16 milliseconds. Oh, my God. Let's see. Ooh.
Gotham Knights ran and played like shit. Yeah, it was one of those broken games.
Yeah.
The only redeeming thing about Gotham Knights is Batgirl's ass cheeks. That's like literally it.
And there we go. So 1080, 60. Now let's do 1440. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Oh my God, bro. It's just a flat out lie. So where can I buy the parts for said build? Exactly. Yup. Where can you buy them? You can't. They don't fucking exist. Even a Steam Deck 400 is better than every console due to the number of... Yeah, a bunch of slop indie games. Who fucking cares? Wowie zowie, man. Quality over quantity, dude. Congrats. Looks blurry as hell. Pro pushes twice the pixels. Actually, 2.5 on Horizon. I think you don't understand computer science. The PS5 Pro isn't just PC parts. Indiana Jones always has RT on the game's global illumination. Fun fact. Whatever. $300 for the GPU. I live in Europe, but I know PS5 Pro like GPUs will cost you more than that. Even the 4060, which is a bit less powerful than the PS5 Pro, is officially $450. Mate, I like your videos, but you have to control your body. Exactly. Dude, it's just complete. It's a fantasy. It is an absolute fucking fantasy that he thinks he's going to get 7-year-old pricing in the current PC gaming market. Like, no, you're not. Things do not sell for MSRP. They sell for close to double that. So that's just the reality we live in. You are not building a computer right now that matches the PS5 Pro for $700 or even $800. And that's if you do it used, which, again, comes with all sorts of concerns of its own. You know, buying anything pre-owned, especially electronics, means someone got rid of it for a reason. So it could have been an old mining card. It could have been a card that somebody had issues with, so they got rid of it. It had a faulty port. You don't fucking know. You don't know what problem you're inheriting when you pick up that GPU or that CPU or the motherboard or whatever other pre-owned component you're getting. So there's a risk associated with that. When you buy a PS5 Pro, you open it up, it's brand new in the box, and if something's wrong with it, Sony replaces it. No questions asked. So I don't like disinformation. You know, I think it's a perfectly valid, statement to say that PC gaming offers you a better experience for your money. You know, if you just want to say that, I don't have a problem with it because I agree. If you want to spend the money to get an adequate PC, you will have a much better gaming experience 9 times out of 10. That is not up for debate. But trying to lie to people that you can build this, mystical $700 gaming machine from parts you acquired 7 fucking years ago in the current day is idiotic. It's just pure disinformation. It is pure disinformation. So, shit's irritating me. I don't like that. Genuinely. That shit pisses me off. Let's see. Did Dreamcast make a video today? I think he's been taking the weekends off. Yeah. Let's watch another Doom review. Doom, I guess we'll... Whoa, IGN did a 20-minute review? Jesus. I don't know if I want to watch 20 minutes of IGN. We'll watch Mr. Shaddy. All right.
Here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today I'm bringing you my review for Doom The Dark Ages. I played it here on PC, beat the game in about 15 hours or so, and I'm excited to talk about it because this is a game that I've been really looking forward to ever since it was announced because the last game it produced in Doom Eternal I said was one of the best first-person shooters I'd ever played, and that still holds up to this day. There's just that every now and again I get a little itch. I reinstall Doom Eternal, I fire it up and I go, man, this game is great. Now,
Name one place a guy has a PC hooked up to his couch. Jethro does that, but, he's got like 85 computers or some shit, so he has an excuse. Most people do not hook up their PC to their TV. I would say probably 95% of the PC gaming audience does not do that shit.
Dark Ages was saying a lot of things I really like to hear about Doom. In particular, was that Dark Ages was just about the campaign. It was
No, I don't want to watch 20 minutes of IGN. I don't care about watching 20 minutes of somebody else. Like, bro, it's IGN. Like, do you really think they're going to offer deep insight into the game? There's a difference between, like, an actual gamer and an IGN review. That's what I was saying. If I'm going to watch a 20-minute review, I might as well watch it from, like, an actual YouTuber.
Bracing the single-player component of Doom. I enjoyed 2016's foray into multiplayer. It was classic and enjoyable. I felt like addition by subtraction
I love 2016's multiplayer. I had never played a Doom game in my entire life. And I played the multiplayer beta for Doom 2016. And I was like, oh, shit, I got to play this game. So I literally bought that game just for the multiplayer. And I ended up trying out the campaign and, like, fell in love with it. So I don't know. They will never get me to hate the 2016 multiplayer. I think it was really good. They should have built on it. They could have had something really, really special there. Especially now with, how niche, arcade, arena, first-person shooters are.
Was the case here with Dark Ages after battle mode was a thing for Eternal. Not that battle mode was awful, it just felt like that time and energy could have been spent elsewhere. So since the campaigns for Doom have already ruled twice over, I had all the reason to believe that Dark Ages would knock it out of the park, and I think for the most part, they've done a really good job here. How I'd really define my experience with Doom The Dark Ages is that I thought it was good, but I think for a lot of people, this is actually going to be the Doom you're looking for, as I'll break down here. I think this Doom is more in line with 2016's, and it's definitely more accessible, where if you felt like the sort of race car, fighter jet policies of Doom Eternal were a little too much, a little difficult to get into, I got smushed by that game, so I get it, then this game will be much more up your alley, and that may be music to your ears. However, if you are a Doom Eternal diehard like me, it's not that we wanted Eternal again. We can already tell from the first gameplay trailer, dragons and mechs and whatnot, that Doom The Dark Ages was going to be very different, and it was very transparent, talking about monster trucks and being a tank and kind of barreling over your enemies, and that's the gameplay design here. But just because they achieved that design doesn't mean it's going to feel good, and I think for those of you who like those feelings you got from Eternal, you may be searching for why you might not feel the same in the case of Dark Ages. Again, good game, but it missed the greatness for me this time around, as I'll break down. If you're new here, you're into Day 1 reviews, consider subscribing. I want to open up with the presentation. Easily one of my favorite parts of this game. This is just spectacle that is second to none. The way cutscenes are shot honestly reminded me of Bungie's era of Halo. In particular, some shots I think were very direct callbacks that I looked at and went, you know what? I can't wait for Halo fans to see some of those there. But also, it's a real testament to things like the lighting, the environmental detail. I mean, the artists responsible for working on these areas are worthy of so much praise. They did so much to achieve what I think is a brilliant world to explore. And the biggest difference here between Doom, the Dark Ages, and Eternal is Eternal had these vistas, these overlooks where you went, man, the architecture, the lighting, the colors, everything's working together really well here to create this sweet visual palette. But a lot of it was not something you could explore or feel like you were in once you got into that building. In the case of Doom, the Dark Ages, many of these levels are broken wide open. And so the things you see, you do get to explore.
I got something good for you. Watch the last 10 seconds of buying a Tesla. Okay, we can watch the last 10 seconds. I'll do that. That's fine. Actually, I already have one. The last 10 seconds.
This is the test.
Oh my god.
The protest.
That reminds me of that fucking fat bitch that was rolling on the ground like a fucking pig in the mud, screaming, Walmart is racist! Alright, last 10 seconds, huh?
You look like a type of person that would love the police, yeah.
Am I attractive?
No. Sorry. A little Aryan, I think. The blue eyes are super.
To everyone watching today, my heart goes out to you.
Damn. Is that supposed to be an insult? You look Aryan? Wow, man. Shocking.
Yeah.
How is that an insult?
Attractive?
No. Sorry. A little Aryan, I think. The blue eyes are super.
To everyone watching today.
Dude, you know she was lying. She was absolutely lying. You could see it written. Look at her.
You look back on it.
Yeah, bro, no woman looks at a guy like that if she's not interested. It just doesn't happen.
No.
I do love the police, but I'm sorry that happened.
Oh, you love the police. You look like a type of person that would love
See, she has to readjust, but...
the police, yeah.
Am I attractive?
No. Sorry. A little Aryan, I think. The blue eyes are super.
To everyone watching today, my heart goes out to you.
Yeah, this is why women are... yeah, it's so see-through, man. So see-through.
You.
You could absolutely tell. This guy fucks for real? Yeah, probably.
The visuals are a big point of praise for me in this game because also, like Eternal, there are these brief moments where the action slows down and you can really take it in. And sometimes I felt bad zooming by all the detail. There's one shot, I won't spoil what, but in the final level I looked at and went, jeez, man, like they are wicked talented when it comes to environment art, and it shows out again here with Dark Ages. I also think in a lot of ways this is the most badass that Doomslayer has been, not just because of the outfit or the dragons and the mexy pilots, but it's just his entire demeanor. I think it really captures the anger that the Doomslayer has, just his demeanor, the way he's animated, the way he acts, the way he attacks in these cutscenes. It really just captures him super well. You can feel the character in him despite very little ever being said. Another bit of detail that they've really knocked it out of the park with here is gore. It really respects where you're shooting and what you're shooting with. I mean, there was one point where I was on a turret and I was just raining fire.
Maybe that was the trade-off. So maybe, like, the trade-off... I guess that maybe would make sense. Like, if they're focusing on, I guess, targeted gore instead of just general gore. That maybe as a result of having, like, I guess, gore physics, depending on where you're shooting... They had to lower the amount of blood for resource purposes. I don't know, but
on some
that might explain it.
And I watched as the chunk of his thigh flew off, and I could just literally see the bone underneath. I went, "Oh, clearly that's just like deliberate, that setup." But then I was doing it in combat with my guns, and I was shooting different parts of their body and just watching chunks fly off. And it's a gross level of detail, but it really makes the shooting satisfying, and it is just awesome to saw through a lot of these enemies. And to kind of wrap up some thoughts on presentation, they do a really good job with pacing in this game. One of my critiques of Doom 2016 was that I feel like they kind of give you everything that you wanted to play with way too soon. And so the last few...
Wait, his critique of Doom 2016 is they gave you everything too soon? How is having more weapons early on a bad thing? That means you have a chance to actually use everything in every single situation you'd want.
New missions are spent with that toy box, and it's good game design, but I kind of like the carrot at the end of the stick in these Doom games. Eternal did that very well all the way up until the very end, and I think Doom the Dark Ages also does this very well, where they're always putting something kind of interesting or fun to mess around with when it comes to these levels in Doom the Dark Ages. So yeah, the spectacle and the pacing are really good, and when I open the video versus what I just said, you might have like a lot of questions, like how did we get here? Like, sounds like you really liked it. Well, let's get a little bit into the history of the Doom franchise, because id Software has gone on record of how they view the movement, shooting, and combat across their games. In 2020, they defined Doom Eternal as a race car or a fighter jet, while 2025's Dark Ages is referred to as a monster truck or an iron tank. And then there's 2016, which after Eternal and Dark Ages is still great, but it definitely feels slow. But I do think this description of the monster truck is...
I don't think 2016 feels slow at all. I mean, yeah, you can't dash, but that's like literally it. It's still plenty fast. I've never felt like Doom 2016 is slow.
It's entirely accurate when it comes to Dark Ages. While you're still quite fast, I think faster than they actually sold it to you as, much of your time in Dark Ages is going to be spent barreling over your opponents. Perhaps a little too easily, and we'll get to that, but I mean, everything from...
I don't know, bro. I never got the feeling that 2016 was slow. If anything, it feels faster because it's just hallways. You're not having to, like, climb and do all that extra shit.
Locking onto your opponent into shield rushing gives you so much speed and momentum.
Doom guy runs faster in 2016 than Eternal. Interesting. Yeah, I've never gotten the impression that 2016 was slow. That game's always felt fast to me.
And so, but you also plow through like 8 enemies.
Maybe he needs to up his FOV. I don't know.
In that window, too. Also attached to all this messaging, though, has been the term stand and fight. The goal of id was to get closer to what traditional Doom was as you wade through projectiles rather than complex weapon swapping and the resource balancing that you found in Doom Eternal. Dark Ages is, as I said earlier, much closer to 2016's Doom, and I do think that'll be music to a lot of people's ears. However, Dark Ages' entire design as a game is much more flat, accessible, and easier, and there's no denying that Eternal was a tough, hardcore, high-skill game. You can make Dark Ages that way with plenty of difficulty tweaking, but I beat the game on the second highest difficulty, only dying about 5 times across the 22 total missions. And keep in mind, I need to make this very clear, this is not me doing a subtle flex. I'm not great at these games. Like, I definitely used to play a lot of first-person shooters. I used to be very good at them, so there is some affinity for them. But, like, Doom Eternal, I got waxed in a lot of times, especially those later missions. I was dying a lot on the standard difficulty. Doom the Dark Ages, even as I continue to tune it up and tune it to be more difficult, isn't nearly as merciless as what you get in Eternal. And again, for a lot of people, this is going to be great. And I didn't need it to be this hardcore challenge, but there is just too long didn't read something to be said here about just how easy this game really is. But the question is, why is it easier? And why does that affect your verdict if you can try to tune the difficulty a little bit to your liking? Well, it comes down to some of the core game design of standing and fighting, which at its heart is pairing. As you've already seen, I imagine, Doom the Dark Ages gives you a shield. It allows you to go full Captain America with a shotgun, though, and that is awesome. However, when you see a green attack pattern coming, you're going to hit the parry button, and even on the highest of difficulties, this window is extremely forgiving. Again, this actually may be music to a lot of people's ears. I've been saying that a lot this video, but that's the thing I'm trying to acknowledge here is that, while it may not fully be
forgiving. In a first-person shooter, you shouldn't be autistically parrying all the time. So it should be forgiving.
It actually may be the Doom for you, which is why I'm not like, this is bad, man. Because
Easy mode equals Griffin's game of the year. Bro, I don't play a game like Doom to be like, oh my god, bro, I want to fucking beat my head against my desk. Like, no, I want to play the game. Kill shit in fun ways. Like, you play this game for a power fantasy. You're not playing it for an actual challenge, at least in my case. Like, I want to play a game like this just to shoot shit and have fun. Like a turn-off-your-brain type action game. It's like watching a cheesy, like, 80s action movie. You're not watching it for, like, the intricate plot or the, you know, super deep intellectual writing or anything. You're just watching it because it's fucking, like, cool to look at. That's basically what Doom is to me. It's just a cool game to look at. Yeah, it's not really anything ultra complex or, you know, hyper autistic or anything like that. It's just a fun game you can pick up for a few hours and have a really great time playing.
I think of games like Expedition 33 or Sekiro, where it's like, yeah, I like the idea of pairing, but I'm not very good at it, or I'm getting older, my timing's not quite what it used to be. You don't really have to worry about that here, really at all, when it comes to Dark Ages. I found the window, even when it was fully tuned down, to just be extremely forgiving, extremely open. And that's because basically every enemy in this game is going to be slinging green fire attacks at you or green laser attacks at you that you'll be parrying like a madman, to the point where you will sometimes stun lock yourself because of how much you have parried back to back to back to back. It's a lot of parrying. Part of the reason, to my original point, that Doom the Dark Ages is so easy is because despite how many new enemy types they throw at you, and to be clear, there's a lot of enemies, they rarely actually feel very...
Yeah, I really hope my monitor gets here in time for this to come out, but I don't think it will. Because what if the early access is on the 12th? Yeah, I don't think it'll be here. Shit. So wait, early access starts tonight, right? No. Yes? I don't know. When does early access start? It says the 14th is release date. So, When does Doom Dark Ages Early Access start? Midnight on, okay, May 13th. Yay. Alright, whatever. That's fine, I guess.
Varied in how you approach them and how they attack you and how you defend yourself.
So Monday night, it's
where your game plan is going to alter. You will always parry every enemy in the game. Any common demon, any boss, yes, even the final boss, which was extremely underwhelming, might I add. Anyone. It is flat across the entirety.
Yeah, so I don't think I'll have my new monitor by then. That's kind of blows, but oh well.
Campaign. So with seldom new attack
I'll
patterns,
replay it when I get my new computer, because I want to see how it runs, like maxed out.
and the same response from me, which is just timing a very, very accessible parry button. No single enemy threw me anything that forced me to evolve my pattern. And by the 6th chapter in the game, I was in cruise control. By the end of the game, while I was entertained, it's just a fun shooter at the end of the day, my eyes had kind of glazed over as the model had more than worn out its welcome with little to really evolve it. And perhaps what made me feel sad is when I realized why that was the case, and it was because I feel the weapon wheel wasn't as embraced with the enemy design here. So if you've played Eternal, I'm going to remind you of some things, but if you haven't, basically Doom Eternal allowed you to swap to different weapons that would allow you to exploit certain enemy weaknesses or have different physical traits on these enemies that if you targeted would make your life less of a living hell. So, small example, the Kako Demon floating around, you take out the shotgun, the alternate attack shoots a grenade in their mouth. This is a quick way to put them in a state where you can finish them off with a glory kill. Or there were those robotic demons with spider tails that shot lasers at you. If you shot the laser tail, that would completely incapacitate them and allow you to take them out a little bit easier. And there were certain weapons that shredded through that easier than others, so you'd be swapping to that. Or another example are the pinkies. They'd run at you, and it didn't matter what weapon you had to shoot them from behind. So it changed how you navigated all these combat scenarios when they threw all three of these at you at once. All those levels of engagement are gone from Doom the Dark Ages in exchange for what I call a much more flat level of accessibility.
Guard! Guard! Guard!
That was one of my biggest complaints about Doom Eternal, is you had to use specific guns on specific enemies. So I actually like that change a lot.
And approach to the combat. So instead of embracing weapon,
you know, if I want to run through the whole game with the super shotgun in hand, doing absolutely nothing but shooting fuckers in the face with it, then I feel like that's how you should be able to play it. Personally, I don't like the fact that I had to switch. You know, I'm all for player choice.
Exposing weaknesses, Doom the Dark Ages opts for an armor system on their enemies that requires you to lay on firepower of any choosing before you bounce your shield off of them and break said armor. But don't get that too confused with like spongy enemies. I think the actual enemy health was balanced really well, but again, it just means you kind of approach Doom the Dark Ages enemies.
Yeah, I'm more so a fan of, you know, wanting to switch weapons versus, you know, being nudged heavily to do so.
The same as from start to finish. The other element that they embrace until the very end.
Just play Eternal with infinite ammo? Who do you think you're talking to?
And with its combat are what are called morale fights. So these battles, you'll see a health bar and a shield bar at the top of the screen. The leader of these enemies is literally invincible until you kill everyone around them. So as you kill everyone, you're going to see this blue meter beneath the health bar lower. And I do think this is a totally fine system because it's fun at first. You navigate these combat arenas and you're basically avoiding these enemies like the plague and trying to make sure you take everyone else out around them. But they do it like constantly. And they do it to a point where even by the final mission, I'm like, oh my God, again? Like there's nothing.
I would imagine it would have cheats.
New here, and I think it does speak a little bit to some of the plain mission design in the game. Like it's usually getting 2 or 3 keys, and Doom 2016 and Eternal were very straightforward as well in their mission design too. So again, that's fine with me, but it's why, as I'm trying to unpack for you all here, the enemy design and the variety are clearly the key elements for me that I found to be missing in certain components of Dark Ages, which did take it from that gray area down to the good area. The thing Dark Ages tries to do in a self-aware move to provide variety are the dragons and the mech fights. Now, back to what I talked about with spectacle and presentation, absolutely epic and awe-inspiring. There is that feeling of power when you are just flying your dragon through some of these.
Infinite ammo made the game 10 times more enjoyable because it made it fun. Like, it just made it, you know, mind-numbingly fun.
Areas and dogfighting with other demon ships. It's really cool. But the heart of the dragon missions is always going to be locking on in these kind of weird dodging mini games as you take out these shielded parts of the ship, and very similar to the parry system of the combat on the ground, the dragon combat embraces that a lot as well. So no like special moves or any takedowns or anything like that. Instead, it's just locking on to parts of a ship, and when they start shooting at you, you dodge in a particular direction, and that supercharges your attacks, and then you take out that part of the ship a little bit quicker, and you rinse and repeat that until the ship lands, and then you land on the ship and go on foot. And so it just, I don't know, it just again feels like it's flat, right? And by flat, I don't mean like literally my emotions are flat, but the design of the game, even down to the dragons, was flat. In the mechs, it's very cool.
It's like, bro, this is the perfect analogy. It's like the AC-130 missions in the original Modern Warfare trilogy compared to that fucking dog shit AC-130 mission in Modern Warfare 3. where you're in the AC-130 for like 20 fucking minutes. You can't shoot anything for half of it. If you damage the wrong building, it restarts. Whereas the original MW3, you know, you're in it for like 2 minutes. But it's like the most fun 2 minutes of that particular like chunk of the campaign, because you're just blowing shit up constantly. You know, you're free to fire at anything and everything that moves. Like, it's just a really good time. So a gimmick is fine. Gimmicks are great, but they can't be overused and they can't like overstay their welcome. They're a great way to mix things up, but it shouldn't be like a massive focal point. So the dragon sounds like the AC-130 example that I just described. Now, the mech part, I don't know. This looks cool to me. All the gameplay of the mech shit looks pretty fire.
And I think they balance the timing of the mechs much better because you spend less time in them, and they're usually there to punctuate big story moments. But it also does come down to dodging, which is the same as the parry system, and the windows for both the dodging in the dragon and the mech are more forgiving than the parrying when your gun's out. So if I'm already talking about a very forgiving window, can you imagine what it's like for dodging in the mech? It's insane.
But yeah, that's what Final Fantasy 16 did with the kaiju fights, is basically they were an insta-win scenario. You had to try to lose.
But it's a lot of hand-to-hand combat. Again, very cool presentation. The sound design is incredible as you're like punching through these enemies and you hear like, I gotta know what the sound design team at id was doing to make these sorts of crazy, like crunchy, gooey, squishy, nasty sounds as you're like literally punching.
See, I already have ideas, and maybe I should be working in game design, man, because like you see that rider enemy, right? Like the enemy that they've been killing throughout all these reviews of like the guy on the back of like the demonic beast. Like, why not, instead of a dragon mission, you hop on the back of one of those and you have your fucking, you know, what is that thing called? Like, the ball and chain thing. Whatever that's called. A mace, right? Or no, not a mace. A flail? It doesn't matter. You get what I'm talking about. Like, you just have that, and it's like a quick time event type scenario where you're having to dodge, like, projectiles. You're having to like hit people as you're running through the environment on the back of this monster or whatever. Like, you could mix it up in ways like that to make it not just like, okay, get on back of dragon, dodge and shoot. But this time you hop on the back of like this, you know, demonic dog thing, and you're riding through a horde of enemies, dodging through different projectiles, you know, beating the shit out of people with your flail, and just having a gay old time. So I feel like they could have mixed it up that way, but that probably would have alleviated it.
Metal on bone and flesh and just knocking off pieces of their body
Because
with it.
reusing the same gimmick over and over again gets tiring. It's like, okay, yeah, I've already done this before.
It's very cool, very empowering.
And basically that's going to make the replayability a little less enjoyable, because you're going to have to sit through that gimmick over and over and over and over and over again. Which, that's my big concern. Because, you know, I like the replayability aspect of games. And I think they should be as streamlined as possible to replay.
Powering, very Transformers even, or kind of like a Megazord in Power Rangers. It's awesome. Again, just what a cool game to be able to say, like, you're basically Captain America with a shotgun, you can ride a dragon and get in a mech. I just wish, at least in these instances, the mechanics of how you approach these enemies, again, on a defensive option, is just a little touch different, because, again, it does rob a lot of the joy that I think it could provide if different mechanics or enemies were embraced in an interesting way. But it's really just parrying and an armor system. The combat economy has been varied up a little bit in Doom the Dark Ages as well. Part of the design goal, for those who don't know, with Dark Ages was to bring it more in line with OG Doom, like Doom 1, Doom 2, 64, those types of games. And I think they've really succeeded with that, because this is a more pickup-oriented game. Instead of using your chainsaw for ammo or to get some armor back, you'll use the fire belch, or some glory kills will get you some health back. Doom the Dark Ages is like, hey, you kill an enemy, they're going to pop some health out. You want to pop the armor on a bunch of guys holding shields, that's going to give you some armor back. Or, most of the time, you're going to be running around looking for pickups as you would back in those older Doom games. I think this works.
Griffin's an idea guy. I mean, I like to think that I have a certain ability to distinguish what's fun in games or not, but, you know, I'm sure everybody feels the same.
I think it's fun. I think it's arcadey. I think it speaks to the heritage of the series. It does, again, lower that complexity a bit, but I think here's where it connects well with the design. If you're going for more of that old school Doom vibe, making it based more around pickups, more boomer shooter-like, was a good choice. And I did enjoy that a bit, even if it, again, sacrificed some of the complexity of the enemy design. At least here, it made more sense to me.
That's what I'm talking about. One of these, bro. It looks like the arena beast from Star Wars Episode 2 that Obi-Wan fights. But yeah, hop on the back of this thing and charge through like a crowd of demons. You know, they're shooting massive projectiles and stuff. You're having to dodge, and in between, you're just like smashing the demons and shit with your shield and with the flail. You know, racking up kills. You know, you have like some cool intermittent like cutscenes that show the beast like traversing the environment. And I don't know. You could do a lot of different stuff.
Didn't really make sense to me, though, is no glory kills. So I read up about this, and I was like, why did they remove this? This was like a staple since 2016 when they reintroduced it. This has been the id Software flavor, and they described in an interview that this was done to keep your momentum in combat by tying it to the game's melee system. So you'll get multiple melee weapons in Doom the Dark Ages, from your fist to a flail to something else I won't spoil for you. That's pretty cool. And the idea was that this would just keep you moving, keep you going. And I personally never really felt this way. I don't feel like their reasoning was justified upon completion of the game, because I still was attacking enemies until I saw part of their body highlight.
Hugo Martin is a controller player. He plays on the Xbox controller when he plays it. So, yeah, the strafing is definitely more in line with controller versus, you know, the, I would say, Twitch shooter movement of Eternal.
Now it's like in a more maroon color. I would then press the melee button. There would be an animation that would occur that would allow me to like chop off their arm or take them out. But instead it just looked worse. Not as epic is the best way to describe it, where it's just a boot for everyone. You see the Doom guy's foot just come out and pop.
No, so the grappling hook has been replaced by a shield dash. So instead of grappling, you just dash like forward with the shield, and it smashes into enemies. So like it'll lock onto an enemy, and then you just smash into them. So it's similar to the grappling hook, but just slightly different.
Just kicks them right on their butt. That was really it. So I don't feel like the removal of glory kills was justified here. If it did maintain that momentum, I think that would be totally fine with me at the end of the day, because there is a fair argument to be made that glory kills are these glorified QTE events, and while I think they're epic, I understand where people are coming from with that. So it's not just like me sitting here going, man, I wish there was just like these gore finishers. I want more of that. It's just like, if the trade-off was to give you more momentum, I don't feel like I saw that here. And I just think it would have been better off bringing the glory kills back, because it didn't feel like the timing was different really at all. One thing that does improve the stand and fight gameplay design is how shield runes come into play. This is much later in the game, but basically these are going to be defensive options that proc, if that's the best term to use, as you defend against particular types of attacks. Like there's an auto turret you can get that if you deflect a projectile that you can parry coming your way, a turret will come out, and this thing, like, the game was already easy, but oh my gosh, with this thing, it just mows down enemies for you. It's insane how easy it is, but it does give you offensive options on defense, and I think one of the better choices that they could have made with this game was giving you that a little bit earlier, because stand and fight, sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, I think sometimes, oftentimes, stun locks you, where you're stopping shooting and moving in a Doom game, and it's a different feel, for sure. Again, one that I think a lot of people get down with, but for me, it felt more interrupted. Another thing they evolved from Eternal that I actually did like here is the upgrade system. So you can upgrade your guns, you can upgrade your shield, you can upgrade your melee weapons, and I think some of the upgrades they do add in here are really cool. Speaking about Halo inspiration, they have a weapon called the Shredder, which literally shoots spikes into your enemies, and then there is an upgrade you can get that basically turns it into the Needler, where as you load them with shots from the Shredder, they'll change a color, and if you throw your shield at them, it'll literally blow up and the spikes will go out and hit other enemies nearby. Again, reminding me exactly of the Needler from Halo, where you load them with the needles, and if they're all in there, it creates an explosion. It was just a really cool weapon upgrade.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they sped the glory kills up, it could have been a happy medium. Like maybe put them at 1.5 speed. And no, that's not just my Zoomer brain, but yeah, I think if they would have just had an option to like speed them up a little bit, then they could have kept them.
There. My favorite was the Cycler, which basically turned into this like Ratchet and Clank chain lightning-esque weapon where one kill just started to chain to one to the other, and the sound effects as they explode with electricity was really good. There are two classes for each type of weapon, and you'll eventually cozy up to your favorite, which I think was also a pretty fun change to make. It was different, definitely from Eternal, but I think in a good way. Where Eternal made you get comfortable with
how
everything.
sick would that have been if you knock him off and then you get to hop on the back of that? And then you just start running around, you know, beating the shit out. I don't know, dude. I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunities.
Doom the Dark Ages does let you just cozy up with your favorite weapon. Like, that Cycler, that thing was on repeat for like the entire second half of the playthrough, and I was totally content with it. So there are some positive elements that come from the stand and fight game design.
I'm telling, like, small things like that make a world of difference. I don't know how complicated that would be to add, but I can't imagine it'd be that difficult.
I don't think it's as good as Eternal, but still an entertaining time. It's just that I think if you're an Eternal diehard, I hope I articulated well here where I think you might trip up a little bit. Last thing I'm going to get into, which is kind of weird to say, but last thing I'm going to get into is the story. I know, feel free to wave this one away, but I get if you don't give a damn, but it looks like it actually gave a damn with this, and I think they've always cared. If you look at their codex in 2016 or Eternal, there was a level of like, we have lore, and we care about it, we want to retain it, we want to make sure you know what is canon. But Doom the Dark Ages has like a serious dedication to its story, and its missions are all interconnected, like one after the other connects to the other, and the cutscenes are sort of the conduit between these. And there's a lot of characters speaking during missions, because as I mentioned earlier, there's a sense of openness instead of linearity, like something in Doom Eternal. And so as you're roaming these areas, you'll hear a little bit of chatter over the comms. Not so much that it's distracting. The game is very self-aware. Like, you'll finish an objective and they get one line. That's all they get many times, just one line. But that sense of openness does open up kind of moments of conversation or talking or filling in some of the gaps to what is happening in the story, or like why you're doing what you're doing. So again, there is a whole new set of attention on the production values of the story here that I feel like, yeah, it's not just brief snippets, and I should talk about it. So the story of Doom the Dark Ages is set before Doom 2016 and focuses on a war between the Sentinels and the demons of hell. And if there's any way I can describe this story, because I don't have anything to say about any of its like characters or whatever, it's very Evil Within. Like Evil Within is such an acid trip, and it's somewhere in the area of like, I think I know what's going on here, but also I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm just kind of enjoying the ride. And I think Doom the Dark Ages, especially the last chunk of its story, is really in that crazy pocket. So the campaign for many people is just going to be this vehicle that gets you from crazy location to crazy location, mission to mission. But given the amount of characters, their supposed importance, the stakes of this war.
Let's see. So Prime with the 5, I think it's because people are used to being able to get a PC that can easily beat an Xbox One or PS4. It brought in the wrong crowd, probably. Yep. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. I didn't refresh that page, so my bad. And Oski Boski with the 5, I see you muted somebody, so I'm guessing that's what that's for.
Or how a lot of this is the origins of the Doomslayer leading into 2016. I kind of thought the story would be told better. You're not going to get like a BJ Blazkowicz moment like you did with Wolfenstein when it first came back to Machine Games. You're like, wait, I care about BJ now? What's going on here? I wasn't expecting that by any stretch of the imagination.
Wait, hold on a second. People cared about the main character of the Wolfenstein reboot? Like, I didn't pay a fucking bit of attention to the story of that game. Like, I just shot people.
Do you think Doom the Dark Ages for a about 15-hour campaign that they call?
I mean, I never played the second one because I always heard it was shitty. But yeah, I don't know who walked away from whatever the new, what is it called? Not the New Colossus. The New Order, right? I don't think anybody walked away thinking like, yeah, what a great deep character.
Their biggest Doom game yet, did miss an opportunity to bring people in with a little bit more of a tighter, cohesive narrative that didn't just serve as a what I call a mission conduit. So accompanying the story is a soundtrack not composed by Mick Gordon, and sadly you can tell, this is a step down in my opinion. It is still Doom feeling, but by I'd say the midpoint in the game, all the tracks kind of blend together and sound very similar, and there aren't these really standout exclamation point moments where you're like, oh, this is a big battle. You never really get that vibe in my experience. And so there you have it, Doom the Dark Ages. I think it's a really good game in a lot of areas, and a lot of my problems I recognize aren't going to be your problems. I think for a lot of people out there who are Eternal diehards, you might want to tread a little carefully here. But if what I said sounds really good to you, then this isn't something that you should hesitate to pick up. I mean, the PC optimization in my experience was fantastic. This ran buttery smooth. I played it on Ultra, did not have a single hiccup in frame rate, like just a perfect experience on a technical level. I also didn't encounter any bugs. Like, it's really well polished. Like, they've done a really good job putting this game together. I just wish I liked the game design a little bit more, but it's not like it's bad or anything, so I don't want anyone to get that idea. Just a game that I wish I could love a little bit more, but still happy I spent some time with it. I was entertained, but I know after Eternal that there's more from it to give me than just I was entertained. So there are my thoughts on Doom.
Yeah, I turned the music off, so if the music is not notable, I might just leave it on. Who knows?
The Dark Ages. I look forward to getting yours down below. Fire away. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Stay sexy.
Yeah, personally, I'm not really concerned about whether or not this is better or worse than any of the other Doom games in the franchise. I think all that matters is it's a good game in an existing franchise with a familiar formula. Like, that's all I really care about. It's like, we already knew this game was going to be good. That's all that matters. So, like, where you rank it out of 3 great games doesn't really matter. It's like, maybe this isn't the best example. Well, no, maybe it is a good example.
Awesome. Thanks,
it's like
Nigga.
you
All
take the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, all 3 movies are great. And all 3 movies have a very different tone and different, like, story beats and, just different things going on in them. And you could make a case for why any of the 3 Lord of the Rings movies is your favorite. It doesn't really matter, though, at the end of the day, because everybody that likes one of them likes the other 2 as well, for the most part. So, it's basically that type of scenario where you already know it's going to be good, and whether it's your favorite or your least favorite of the 3, you're still probably going to like it, regardless. So, it is what it is.
Stay active. I love you all. Peace.
So, that's the way I look at it, at least. That'll be the case for me with Final Fantasy VII Part 3. For sure. Oh god, it's this bitch again. The nose ring hoe. Griffin loves Lord of the Rings, Power of the Ring, isn't she? That's right. I love the gay Hobbit romance too. That's my favorite part. Ew, I'll never date him. Here, you guys, you need some motivation.
I was breathing heavy, just lacing my shoes. Mirror talk.
What the fuck is this song?
Brutal, battling the truth, out of breath on the stairs, heart racing with fear. But I turned that pain to the fuel of the year. Couldn't run a block, now I sprint with fire. From sitting in the dark to a man inspired. Calories counted like bars in a verse. Every rep was revenge, every mile reversed. They laughed, said you'll never be fit. Till I snap back like a loaded clip. Now I lift like I'm holding the weight of the past. Turn fat jokes to sets, every burn built fast. This is beast mode, switch, flip, reload.
Oh, imagine actually listening to this shit unironically.
Blood, sweat, hunger, and cheat code. No pills, no hacks, no cheat meals. Just pain, push-ups, and steel wheels. This is war cry, this is rise now.
Oh my god, bro. Like, you have to be sub like 100 IQ to listen to this shit.
Oh, beast to beast, I ain't backing down. So when they doubt you, scream it loud. I was deaf to doom and let he not be buried in the crowd. They know me, I breath. They told me I slept, but now I'm rising with. I was.
Oh shit, he didn't. Yeah, I mean, he definitely lost a lot of weight, so good for him. But dude, pick a better song. Jeez. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. Lonky and Ferrix are the goats.
That's right! That's right!
And Oski Woski also with the 2. You're going crazy, Griffin. Chill with these shorts. Yeah. It never fails to disappoint, right? With some weird shit popping up.
Gamers, what do you think of this new Doom
Gamers.
the Dark Ages limited edition Xbox controller? I am a huge fan of Doom, so I had to pick this one up, and man did this controller not disappoint. The level of detail and textures on this thing is insane. Like seriously, the more you look at this, the more details you find in the controller, and the leather grip on the back might be my favorite ever. But let me know, would you buy this controller? Gamers, what do you...
Leather? That's kind of cool. I didn't know it had leather on the back.
Ever. But let me know, would you buy this controller?
Nah, I want the Elite. They should have put leather on the Elite controller, bro. It's probably not real leather. See who else reviewed it. The Beta Network? Why do we want to watch some beta bucks? I don't really want to watch IGN's review, but maybe that is a good one to watch. I don't know. I still can't believe Colt did a review where he didn't even talk. That shit's crazy, man. I guess he had nothing to say about it. I guess he had nothing to say. I guess we can just watch IGN's.
If there's one thing that's kept the name Doom up near the top of the list of first-person shooters, it's how it's always boldly reinventing being a badass, superpowered, one-man army against
Oh yeah, I just love Doom. It's so much fun.
the armies of hell.
Could they have picked anyone with a higher T score to like review this shit?
3 decades ago, we got the original old-school running guns, then a jump-scare-laden horror shooter, then a modern reimagining of that old-school running gun, and then a mobility-focused action shooter in 2020's
Oh my god, so much action.
Doom Eternal. The form that Doom: The Dark Ages takes on is actually one that is very different from Eternal, a game that I rank as one of my favorite shooters of all time. In fact, it's so different that initially I was turned off by the heavier feel of the movement, the lack of a double jump or air dash, and the sheer chaos of having wide-open fields with seemingly hundreds of enemies closing in on me from all sides. But a few hours into the 20-plus hour campaign, my arsenal had expanded, the ways in which I could dispatch enemies had diversified, and I'd start to better understand and appreciate what Doom: The Dark Ages was and what it wasn't. By the end of it, I was left grinning like a Doom guy that just picked up a super shotgun as I ripped and tore until it was done. Doom: The Dark Ages campaign is all about...
They gave it a 9, so it's not a 5. They gave it a 9. I saw the review score earlier.
Setting up the dark sci-fi fantasy vibes. It follows our strong, mostly silent Doomslayer before he was awoken in a sarcophagus in a UAC space station back in Doom 2016. Of course, the Slayer himself isn't much more than just a vehicle for badassery, so it's not like we're seeing a new side of him or getting any sort of deeper look at this character's origins or motivations. Instead, the Dark Ages story is more about filling in the blanks in the Doom universe, diving into the history of the conflict between humans and demons, and further fleshing out both the faction of humanity defending Sentinels and the deity-like Makers.
Watch the Slayer.
And in that way, it's not only serviceable, but it also does a good job of taking us to both a wide variety of hellish landscapes that includes sci-fi themed medieval castles, and a very welcome trip to the Lovecraftian-inspired cosmic realm, which features a ton of really cool mind-bending puzzles and creepy settings that are different from what we've seen before. Perhaps the best thing about the story is that it no longer feels like it's just the Slayer against the nameless forces of hell. There are human companions that are central to the plot.
Maybe he didn't survive.
Yeah, I agree. It does look good. It looks like an actual video game, which, you know, knock on wood, we get more of soon.
It regularly feels like you're fighting alongside humanity in this giant all-out war against the demons, and there's actual intrigue involving the mysterious Makers and their role in this whole conflict. This is the strongest a Doom story has ever been, even if that's not a bar you'd have to double jump over. Besides the setting, the big thing that separates Doom: The Dark Ages from previous entries in the series is the addition of the Slayer's shield, and all the abilities that come with it. Now, rather than being forced to avoid taking damage by constantly staying on the move and jumping around like a madman, you're often encouraged to charge straight forward into danger with your shield at the ready to either block or deflect enemy attacks. Any attack that is red can be blocked.
Yeah, bro, if they gut id Software and bring in new people for leadership, yeah, I'll be a certified op, bro. You know, my Microsoft hate will only grow with each passing day.
Blocked until your shield's depleted, and anything that's green can be reflected with a well-timed guard to not only deal substantial damage, but also stun most monsters it hits.
Spoiler alert, Hillary Clinton is the villain in this, so it's based on reality. Nice. That's the type of realism in gaming that I like.
Even on Nightmare difficulty, which is what I did my playthrough on, the parry timing is very generous. But fortunately, you can fine-tune it however you like in the menus, along with a ton of other handy difficulty modifiers. The other key shield technique is a charging bash attack that can be used to quickly close the distance between you and your enemy. Think the Super Shotgun's grapple in Doom Eternal, only faster. You can use it with any weapon, and it's on a relatively quick cooldown. I know, fun, right? This combination of being able to use the shield both defensively to block and stun, and then offensively to quickly zip in and out is what really elevates the Dark Ages combat to the stratosphere by making it still feel very fast and exciting, even with the removal of things like double jumps, quick dashes, and fast
Yeah, this guy, I will give him credit. He actually knows how to play the game, it looks like.
Swaps. We get the best of both worlds, in
He's
that this
bouncing around, which, you know, is what other people were not, like Colt.
Slayer is still extremely mobile, but also feels like a heavily armored tank thanks to loud footsteps and a devastating shockwave when you land.
Yeah, Hugo Martin seems like a type of guy who just likes, you know, video games, which is what the industry used to be made up of. So he's one of the good remaining, I guess, studio heads at this point. Very few remain.
From a high jump. The shield's utility doesn't end there either. Eventually, you'll also get the ability to toss the shield out Captain America style to instantly decapitate tons of fodder enemies all at once. Or
dude, I still can't believe Colt reviewed this shit on PC and played it with a controller. That is absolutely crazy to me.
Against larger enemies, it will continuously buzzsaw into them, keeping them incapacitated for a short while. This is an extremely useful skill, but I found it to be especially potent against the Arachnotron enemies that like to pepper me with a constant stream of non-reflectable bullets. If they're unarmored, I can just toss my shield to stop them from shooting, dash.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't mind a Doom girl if she's in bikini armor. That would be an acceptable trade-off. If she's like a skinny yet curvaceous chick with, like, I don't know, blonde hair and bikini armor, then yeah, I'm fine with it.
Dash in, and all it takes is a single super shotgun blast to ready them for an execution. Those abilities are key to surviving tough fights because almost every enemy in Doom: The Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this, and unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with female leads, just make it, you know, fun.
There's no more switching to the combat shotgun specifically to pop a grenade into a Cacademon's mouth, then swapping to the rifle to snipe the guns off of a Revenant, then
yeah, they could call it Doom Succubus. There you go.
Between shots of your super shotgun and ballista to quickly burst down a Marauder or other big beefy enemy, etc. That's fun in its own way, and I'm sure there will be those out there, like myself, who still prefer it overall, but the Dark Ages still manages to find a way to be an absolute blast without requiring a StarCraft Pro's level of APM on the harder difficulties. The enemies are largely the same usual suspects that have been in most of the other Dooms. You've got your Imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi, and the aforementioned Arachnotron, and even the Cyber Demon, all of whom behave as you'd expect. Others have gotten new facelifts to better
That was such a fun fight in 2016, the Cyber Demon. I like that a lot.
Match with a new setting, like the Pinky, who's now a mount with a Demon Archer riding him, and the new Cacodemon that hails from the Cosmic Realm. The Dark Ages even brings back the Vagary as a mini-boss who hasn't been seen since Doom 3.
I wish I still had my Doom 2016 poster I got from GameStop for pre-ordering. Not that I'd hang it up, but I wish I still had it because it was cool.
Overall, there's a nice variety in the enemies, and even those you've fought a million times before have a few new tricks to make them fit better in the Dark Ages combat. Speaking of enemies, it's worth mentioning as well that it has exponentially jacked up the number of on-screen nasties relative to Doom or Eternal. When you get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, it truly looks like an all-out war against the minions of hell. This did lead to a bit of frustration for me early on, as I was often getting attacked from behind by enemies that would spawn in without warning, but all it took was some adjustment in how I approached certain combat encounters. I had to make sure that I was using my shield bash to disengage, in addition to engaging to keep them off my back. One noteworthy omission from the Dark Ages is the iconic chainsaw that has been used since Doom 2016 as a way to instantly kill a single enemy and regain ammo in the process. That has been replaced by an all-new melee system that lets you get up close and personal and engage in melee brawls that also restore your ammo. I do miss the satisfaction of sawing an imp or other small enemy in half, but this system works better for what Doom the Dark Ages is trying to achieve by again making you rush towards the fight rather than away from it. The ammo pickups for your melee attack are also much more plentiful than the gas for the chainsaw in either Doom 2016 or Eternal, making me run out of ammo far less, which was something that I very much appreciated. As far as the actual weapons go, the Dark Ages...
Dude, but this is the thing that's great about looking at the game at 1.5 speed. You can do that in the actual game itself. And that's the beauty of it. The speed you're witnessing on screen right now is exactly how the game will play if you adjust the slider.
This plays around a lot with the look of each weapon to give it an old-timey flavor, but the functions are generally all the same as what we've come to know and love.
And especially if you crank the FOV, it's going to look even crazier.
In the series, all of the satisfyingly punchy stalwarts are accounted for. The combat and super shotguns, an assault rifle that shoots out rail spikes instead of bullets, a plasma rifle, and a long-range single-shot weapon in the form of the satisfying steel ball launcher called the Steel Shot, just to name a handful. The only really unique weapon of the bunch is the Skull Crusher Pulverizer, which sort of behaves like the chain gun, but has a ridiculous spread that can just absolutely shred a football's field worth of fodder enemies. It's a fun weapon that goes great with the Dark Ages' absolutely insane amount of on-screen enemies at once, even though I typically opted to use the shield throw to mow down the hordes of fodder, since there's an upgrade that powers up the shield charge when you do. One interesting twist for how the Dark Ages handles its arsenal is that just about every gun has a sister weapon that uses the same ammo type and can be hot swapped between with the press of a button.
I'm putting mine down, going to play in slow-mo. Well, you know. Whatever speed your brain can keep up with FBI. That's all that matters.
So, for example, along with a rocket launcher, there's a grenade launcher. In addition to the aforementioned pulverizer that does a little bit of damage spread out over a wide area, there's a Ravager that concentrates the fire to hit single enemies. It all adds up to a ton of variety in the gunplay, and while I was never forced to swap between my weapons in the same way that I was in Doom Eternal, I still found myself jumping from gun to gun simply because it's fun. But the absolute best part about the toolbox in the Dark Ages is, and this is a credit to the weapon designers at id because this is true for just about every Doom game, that every gun retains its usefulness throughout the entire game. Sure, I might have my favorites and gravitate more towards the Super Shotgun, Rocket Launcher, and Steel Shot, but even the early weapons stay relevant once you get some upgrades into them. If I'm low on armor, I can swap to the Combat Shotgun that I upgrade to ignite enemies and make them drop armor shards. If I need health, I can swap to the Ravager to make them bleed health pickups. And if I need to incapacitate an enemy while also dealing damage to others nearby, I can throw my shield into a baddie, shoot the shield, and watch as my bullets ricochet and hit everyone else around. To sweeten the pot, all of these abilities and weapons are sprinkled at a measured pace throughout the campaign. There was never even a chance for the gunplay to get stale because every level would give me a new gun, or a new ability for my shield, or a new melee weapon, or I'd find enough gold to afford a new upgrade at the shop that would alter something I already had in a way that made me want to use it more. And it's this neat to upgrade that fed into my desire to explore and find both upgrade currencies
into a baddie
and the more traditional Doom collectibles like figurines, weapon skins, and lore pickups. Appropriately, the levels of the Dark Ages welcome that exploration with open arms. While they all vary in size, the smaller stages are still big by the series standards, and the big levels are gigantic. They're huge, open battle...
And they hurt. That's what I've been told, at least.
...fields with tons of secrets, challenging...
The big ones hurt, that is. Imagine him saying all this to a chick.
...enemy encounters, and more than a few breathtaking vistas. Breaking up all the running and gunning are giant mecha battles and flying sections where you pilot the Slayer's dragon. Yes, the Doom Slayer has a dragon, because why not? These sections are shallow compared to the rest of the Dark Ages, with the mecha sections amounting to little more than a simple game of dodge, punch, punch, dodge, punch, punch. And the dragon bits are little more than dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot. That said, they're kind of like a turret sequence in that they're infrequent and brief enough to never drag the pacing down, and they at least provide cool moments in the cutscenes that precede and follow them. And then there's the soundtrack. Holy hell. If you played a Doom game before, you probably know what to expect going in, but even so, I was gleefully into it. It's another banger of a heavy metal soundtrack that had me coming back to certain levels after beating the campaign and just turning down all the volume except for the music so I could listen without it being overpowered by the sounds of shotgun blasts, explosions, and dying demons. Far from just being more Doom, Doom the Dark Ages is a new flavor of the legendary shooter series that's heavier and more grounded, but no less energetic and exhilarating. The new shield is an outstanding addition that adds a ton of both offensive and defensive options, and when combined with the extensive arsenal of traditional Doom guns, provides a ton
This shit is whack? How so?
Fun and exciting ways to dispatch the hundreds upon thousands of demons that stand in your way. Add on top of that another pumped up heavy metal soundtrack, backing the excellent weapon, level, and enemy design, and it has once again proven that like a super shotgun blast from point blank range, they don't miss.
Executive Reviews editor Tom Marks here with Mitchell Saltzman. Talk a little bit more about his review of Doom the Dark Ages. Mitchell, most folk I think know you
Dog, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. Is he like just screaming, please, someone come over to my house and rail me? Like, bro, that is the gayest thing I've seen in my life.
IGN as an action and fighting game.
Come on, bro.
Reviewer, you know, why did you want to review Doom the Dark Ages?
Come on.
Specifically, which is, you know, not a departure from what you usually play, the games you're into, but a departure from what you usually review at IGN.
Well, I would say there's two reasons. First reason, Doom has been a big part of my childhood. I remember like going to my friend's house whose dad had it installed on their computer, and like, you know, we would go, and it was like the first time I was ever blown away by a game's graphics. It also was like just kind of like a conversation piece that you'd have at like at school where you're like, oh my god, if you play Doom, you can chainsaw people in half in that game. It's crazy. And then the second reason I would say is, you know, here's a secret.
And then Spider-Man posters. Oh my god. Spooderman, dude. I know. I love me some Spooderman. Oh shit, my phone's been on this entire time. I need to change that setting, I guess. What the fuck are these shorts? I don't fucking know, man. Don't ask me. I didn't buy the helmet. Maybe I should have, so I had the set. Are they still selling them? So I still have... Oh, yeah, you can still buy them. Yeah, I figured they probably wouldn't sell them out. Pre-order product. Okay, so it's not... OG Halo is better than Doom. Like, which one, though? If you're talking about multiplayer, maybe. But campaign-wise, absolutely fucking not. If you actually think Halo Combat Evolved's campaign's better than Doom 2016, ain't no way. Finish Expedition 33, it's better than Doom? Absolutely not. I don't think I'm ever going to finish that game. Synth isn't finishing it either. Oh, really? He got bored? Yeah, I don't think it's that good, honestly. I don't think it's that good. I personally don't really think it's that great. Can't wait to see Griffin play DS2. I never beat the first one, so I can't play the second one. Go buy the Doom 5080. I don't need the Doom 5080. I have a 5090. My 5090 is en route, so I have a new computer on the way, man. He probably got it early because he's a large YouTube channel. Let's see. Yeah, he's a large YouTube channel, so he's doing a showcase unboxing. He's a massive fucking Fanook, but, you know. He got it early, man. Oh, God, it's this fucking video again. Stop promoting this guy. I'm sick of seeing him. I don't care about your bum ass, bro. Ew, that's... Stop giving these fucking nasty ass bitches, bro. I don't want to look at them. We'll watch this one, I guess.
Masters of their craft, id Software, have done it again. Plainly stated, I believe that Doom the Dark Ages is the best game in the series history. I'm a mega fan of Doom 2016
Is this a fucking AI?
and Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages continues sticking with the series' fundamentals while mixing it with new mechanics and a focused narrative.
I'm not listening to an AI. Yeah, fuck off, bro. Let's see what crap has been doing. Shut Sony up. Oh my god. Xbox is doomed. Xbox slaps fans in the face. Why do this to Xbox? Let's see what this is.
So, you know, like, I try to be positive as I can be during some of these stories and things like that, but the real problem for me is the fact that at the end of the day, Microsoft really seems to kind of hate their own gamers, you know what I mean? And it's unfortunate because I feel like Xbox does have...
It's okay, Microsoft. I hate them too.
A lot to offer in terms of, you know, games and things like that. I think, you know, the Game Pass stuff is doing incredible right now, and I think that, you know, Microsoft is probably on a roll in the software front that they've never really experienced before, but I also feel like, you know, they've maybe not done a good job of, you know, making sure that, like, their gamers and things like that have things that they want to be excited about in terms of, hey, I'm glad I bought this console and things like that. I think that's the big problem going forward. So maybe Microsoft will be able to change that in the future. But, you know, for right now, you know, it's really frustrating as a fan to see.
Yeah, I love Crap Gamers Mike as well, where it sounds like it's downpouring and wind is blowing into it at the same time.
You know, that Microsoft has to kind of go through this, and that Microsoft has been, you know, a little bit weird with how they've kind of handled some of these things. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, maybe it doesn't mean anything. Maybe, you know, people are going to think one thing or the other. You know, I'm not really sure, but I want to get into this because this really goes to show, in my opinion, just why Microsoft seemingly hates their fans. So let's go ahead and get into it. Hey, I'm Crap Gamer. This is Crap Gamer Reviews with another video. Thank you so much for checking it out. Please like, share, subscribe. I would appreciate that. It helps out a lot, and you know what? It means a lot to me personally. So if you guys could do that, it would be great. I'm doing daily gaming content, so you know, if you guys are looking for a fun yet informative channel, here it is. And you know, like I said, it's awesome to be able to do this now. And I mentioned this a little bit ago, like, to some people this might not seem like a very big deal, but to me it's like a fairly big deal. And you know, I just don't understand it as an Xbox owner, because at the end of the day, Microsoft has given Xbox owners, you know, a console with a disk drive. So here's the interesting thing. Gears of War Reloaded was announced. It's coming to, PC. It's coming to PlayStation. It's obviously my favorite Xbox franchise, or it was. Xbox fans haven't been really taking the news well, as it furthers the narrative that Xbox is on the way out of the console game, and now a new reveal about the game's physical version is making matters worse, as Microsoft has been a bit shaky with its support of physical releases, with games like Forza Horizon 5 and The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered being digital only, but it appears as though Gears of War Reloaded will thankfully get a physical version. However, not every platform is supported, as Microsoft seems to be skipping a console that you'd naturally assume that they would support. See, that's what you get for assuming, right? You make an ass out of you and me. Anyway, according to this video game retailer, first spotted by a Reddit user, Gears of War Reloaded is getting physical versions for both PS5 and PC, but not Xbox. It claims...
Wait, hold on.
User Gears of War Reloaded is getting physical versions for both PS5 and PC, but not...
It's getting a physical PC version and not Xbox?
Bruh.
There's no way, right? There's no actual way they're making a physical PC version and not Xbox. That's crazy, dude.
Not Xbox. It claims currently only has notifications for PS5 and PC versions and links to listing on the website. So Xbox exclusives are now a thing of the past as Gears of War prepares for a PS5 launch, and it looks like we're not going to be seeing much in terms of physical releases on the Xbox, which is weird because when I mentioned this the other day on X, I said, it's such a slap in the face that they're doing this, and somebody goes, oh well, Xbox owners are overwhelmingly digital or whatever, but yet they're doing it for PC, which is way more digital. Like it doesn't make sense to me. It's completely weird, and
yeah, that doesn't make a bit of sense.
The way that Microsoft kind of goes about these things is...
Yeah, but you're not getting like a physical disc in the case. You're getting a download code in a case with the Doom Collector's Edition. But
it's just something that it's hard to abide by. It's just like you sit there and you think, oh, what's Microsoft going to do next that really kind of ticks you off or whatever. And I think this is one of those things, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get it from sort of a perspective, but it's like, why would you treat everybody else better than you treat the people that actually bought your platform? And that's, I think, the ridiculous part, and the part that gets people ticked off the most. And hopefully at the end of the day, Microsoft maybe decides to change their mind or whatever, because there's no way that an Xbox game, right, should be better on a PlayStation or Nintendo, or have better features, or treated better that way. So you know what? Yeah, it's like, to me, it's crazy to see that. And at the end of the day, hopefully it's something that they kind of get a better deal of anyway, like a better idea that this is not a thing. So this basically means that a game made and published by Xbox is skipping a physical release for its own console, which sounds like a completely bizarre decision, but is an indicator as to where Xbox's priorities are at a moment. Of course, it's worth noting that the PC releases are exceedingly rare these days for physical, but are a bit more common in Europe, so it's possible Game and Xbox are catering to Europeans with the listings. It's very possible with territories that have more Xbox users may see a physical release, but no news on that front, only PS5. And
yeah, it wouldn't shock me if they're not doing it for Xbox, but that's crazy, man. Physical PC.
PC as well. So yeah, it's crazy to see that, and I know some people are like, well, just wait for the official, announcement or whatever. But to me, it's just like when you see stuff like this, it really just kind of shows you, where Microsoft's head's at, and exactly kind of what they're doing, and why I think that this is something that, they probably should, go back on or whatever. It's like, I get it, like with some of the games, you have a PS5 Pro, you're going to support it, and so those games might not end up looking as good on, or playing as good on Xbox, but it's like, also, you sold people a console with a disc drive, and then you're not going to offer your own games in a disc-based format. And I get that a lot of people are digital these days, but let's just say for fun factor that, Xbox has sold 28 million Series X and S units. At least half of those, if not more, are Series X. So let's just say 15, 16, maybe even 17 million are capable of playing a disc, and you're going to just take away that option for all of them. And I think that's nonsense. And that's really, I think, the problem that, I have the most with Microsoft right now, is that it seems like they hate their own console gamers. And, that's really an unfortunate situation, to say the least, because I think, we obviously, we need more than one console. And that's something that I feel like, the gamers kind of are going to obviously... Some of them are going to rush to the side of Microsoft and kind of defend them, which I don't understand that kind of aspect. It's like, how does defending Microsoft for this stuff do anybody any good? I'm just like, as a fan, it really doesn't do anybody any good. So hopefully, they can get something going where, the fans can end up looking better, at Xbox or whatever. It's just like, at least give us...
It ain't going to happen.
...equal treatment to to the other platforms. I feel like that's like something that should be a gimme, but, they don't really do a good job with that. And hopefully they can get out there and maybe change.
I'm surprised this wasn't announced for the Switch too, man. They probably could have made a shit ton of money putting this on Switch too.
To mines and things like that in the future,
maybe they're announcing it at like a Nintendo Direct or something like that.
Just like, give us the same stuff as you give PlayStation. It's like, damn, we bought your console. They didn't, they made fun of you guys, and they get all these extra games and stuff. And, it's just crazy to see the way that this kind of stuff has kind of happened. And I just hope that, things kind of change a bit to where, they can, you know, be a little bit more competitive there or whatever. Because, you know, despite what a lot of people think, it's like, for me anyway, I look at some of these kind of announcements and I just think, you know, it's crazy how Microsoft used to actually be competitive, you know, and they used to actually...
I would 100% buy Gears on the Switch. That'd be awesome.
Go out there and kind of try to fight against PlayStation at least somewhat, you know what I mean? Like, have some kind of belief in yourself, and it's just like weird to me, you know what I mean? And it's just kind of crazy to see how these kind of things are kind of happening. You know, as like just an Xbox fan, it's just unfathomable that this is happening. And you know, I do hope that Microsoft kind of sees the light here and, you know, changes their mind and does something, because, you know, to completely forget about the gamers that basically you know, did everything that they could and backed you guys and did all like the guerrilla style advertising for you guys when you were, you know, refusing to do it for yourselves. Yeah, you know, it's really crazy to kind of see how some of these are, you know what I'm saying? So I hope that things can change.
So keyboard and mouse with Gears is kind of a controversial topic. Like, some people prefer playing Gears with keyboard and mouse, but the vast majority like playing with controller better. I think there's a case to be made for both, but a lot of people prefer controller with Gears, not necessarily the mouse.
Change, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you know, that's on Microsoft if they're going to go out there and kind of make things, you know, equal for the people that spent on their hard.
Because, like, Gears of War is not a traditional, like, Twitch shooter or anything like that. It's more so a movement-based shooter, which a lot of people prefer, you know, controller for that versus mouse and keyboard. But I guess it comes down to preference.
Hardware, but, you know, again, at the end of the day, I don't really think that that's going to be the way that's going to be. I don't think they actually care about the fans. So, you know, I guess we'll see. How do you guys feel about this stuff? Let me know. Sound off, rate, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you next time. Crap Gamer out.
Well, it's already almost 7 o'clock, guys. I may go ahead and hop off for tonight. Or I guess this morning. So, I hope y'all have a great, Sunday. I had to think if it was Sunday or Monday. I've lost track of days, but anyway, have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Appreciate everyone coming out, and I will talk to all of y'all later. Peace out, guys. What's up, guys? Hope y'all are having a great day today. Just full of so much positivity and happiness, dude, because I have a feeling there's not going to be too much of that to be found in this video. I mean, I guess depending on how you're looking at it, because we are going to be talking about the downfall and just complete and total destruction of one of the greatest video game publishers of the industry, and what used to be one of my personal favorite video game publishers back in the Xbox 360 generation, and that, of course, is none other than Ubisoft. You know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I, as a child, used to look forward to every upcoming Ubisoft release, whether it be a new Ghost Recon game, a new Splinter Cell game, the annualized Assassin's Creed game, or a new Far Cry, you name it. Ubisoft actually put out some of the best games of the Xbox 360 era, and some of my favorite video games of all time during that period, but their fall from grace over the past 10-ish years has been absolutely monumental, to the point where they're basically completely unrecognizable to where they used to be, just recycling the same open world garbage with a fresh coat of paint over and over and over and over again, filled with technical issues, just overall mediocre slop for the most part. Ubislop is a very fitting name for the majority of the games that they put out. Now, they do put out the occasional game like Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which is actually a breath of fresh air in their long lineup of boring-ass open-world action-adventure games with a stupid checklist open-world system, so they do have some shining gems in their massive pile of shit every once in a while, but it is few and far between these days. Personally, I have not enjoyed a Ubisoft game really since, I want to say, Assassin's Creed Unity, which even then wasn't amazing because it's what introduced the level-based combat into the Assassin's Creed formula, and ever since then, it has kind of gone downhill downhill further and further, becoming completely unrecognizable to what the franchise used to be. But that's mainly the main theme of anything surrounding Ubisoft. It's a once great company or once great franchises that are in an absolute state of decay. Now, there has been a ton of negative news coming out about Ubisoft, and honestly, I kind of wanted to wait a little while before I started making videos on this because I wanted to touch on just like the timeline here. So our first event I want to look at here happened when Yves Guillemot, hopefully I said that right, had an earnings call with investors and basically had some comments regarding Star Wars Outlaws ahead of launch, and he said what we're factoring in is a strong launch for Star Wars Outlaws. That's the fact that it's among the most awaited games of the industry this year and reflecting a really strong positive community sentiment, and also the fact that we're coming with the biggest marketing campaign ever so far for a Ubisoft game. Now, I don't know what the hell he was smoking on the lead up to release for this game, but there was not an overwhelmingly positive community sentiment surrounding this game in the slightest. Everyone had been criticizing just how hideous the character model of the main character looked and just how weird and uncanny it was, because the model that they used for the character looks absolutely amazing. Like, she's hot, but then look at the fucking disgusting creature that emerged after the facial scans were done. So there was a massive controversy surrounding it. It looked like more generic Ubi slop on the lead up to launch. The takedowns and stealth gameplay looked comical at best, and pretty much all the previews for it were overwhelmingly negative for the most part that I saw. And well, when the game actually came out, that all materialized, and it's not surprising that it didn't do very well. Now, I did review the game, so if you want to check that out, it's up on the channel. I was not a fan whatsoever. Almost nothing about this game is good. It was filled with technical issues and bugs. I had game-breaking issues where I literally couldn't do quests. I mean, the game was a buggy, broken, Ubislop pile of shit. So yeah, nothing new there, but in this particular instance, it was a lot worse actually than the majority of Ubisoft releases by modern standards. So this game was absolutely horrible. It did not have a strong, positive community sentiment whatsoever, and well, it turns out that was reflected when sales started to roll in. So fast forward to September 25th, and Ubisoft admits that Star Wars Outlaws underperformed. And this is a statement that was put out by Ubisoft, and it says, despite solid ratings, Metacritic 76, and user scores across first-party and Epic stores, 3.9 out of 5, that reflect an immersive and authentic Star Wars universe, Star Wars Outlaws' initial sales proved softer than expected, Ubisoft said. Now, I don't really think we need to point out the obvious bias that's in this sample of reviews, especially on the user side of things, because most people who might have been interested in this game, I think were already turned off by the previews, gameplay, and controversy leading up to launch. So the only people who were like reviewing this game are people who were already extremely positive regarding it. So it's not really surprising that the user score is not completely in the trash, but still, a 3.9 equates to a 7.8. So it's not setting the world on fire by any stretch of the imagination. So a 76 and a 7.8 for a game with the largest marketing budget in Ubisoft history is not exactly an absolute epic victory royale like they expected it would be. But the quote continues and it says, in response to player feedback, Ubisoft development teams are currently fully mobilized to swiftly implement a series of updates to polish and improve the player experience in order to engage a larger audience during the holiday season to position Star Wars Outlaws as a strong, long-term performer. Now, this comes in addition to the news that they would actually be porting the game over to Steam in November as a last-ditch effort to try and drum up some interest in this absolute failure of a title, but I don't really think it's going to have the reaction they want to, especially when Steam users find out. You're still going to have to download the Ubisoft launcher if you want to play this game, which is always a point of contention when it comes to the Steam community, so I don't really think this is going to move the needle too much for them. I don't think Star Wars Outlaws is going to have any sort of long-term interest until it hits the bargain bin at $10 to $20 per copy. But in addition to this news, on the exact same day, it was announced that Assassin's Creed Shadows was delayed until 2025 in February, and they also decided to ditch the traditional season pass model, as well as launching the game day and date on Steam, which is the first time they've done that for a game in I don't know how many years. So obviously Basically, pre-orders were not looking very good. Obviously, Star Wars Outlaws was a massive loss for the company, and they needed some dramatic change in order to try and fix this shit, in order to salvage the financial returns from these two titles, because obviously things were not looking very good on their end. Now, they did put out a statement that said, while Assassin's Creed Shadows was feature complete, the learnings from the release of Star Wars Outlaws led us to provide additional time to further polish the title. Star Wars Outlaws had a softer than expected launch, Ubisoft said. This will enable the biggest entry in the franchise to fully deliver on its ambition